to introduce the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country.
And we will bring our country back together.
Bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And together we will win, win, win.
I have never, ever been prouder of President Trump, of my president, than when he stood up with blood all over his face and he raised his fist in defiance and he shook his fist.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
He's not meant to be stopped. He's meant to help fix this country.
On November 5th, 2024, we will take back our country and we will make America great again.
Let's see. What's up, guys? Shout out to everybody watching. Drop your comments down below. Thank you guys so much for catching me back. I reset the internet. Let's check it.
Whose brother was obviously involved in the first impeachment of Donald Trump and Derek Anderson, the Republican in that race, and that's still neck and neck. You have Vindman coming in with 52%, Derek Anderson with 48%. So this is one of those counties, one of those battleground districts we're going to watch
Sounds
very
good.
closely. Joe, what has caught your eye so far here at 8:53 p.m. Eastern Time on election night?
Look, I think all eyes are on Virginia. It does appear right now cautiously optimistic that that red wall in the South for President Trump has held. Much of the exaggerations from the left about Kamala knocking on that door in North Carolina, in Georgia, I think it was quite telling. You didn't see her down in Georgia or North Carolina over the last 3 days because President Trump appears to have done what he needed to do there. And now all eyes shift north. And it appears, if you look at Virginia, even if he cannot win that state, as a canary in the coal mine, where you can now see that even in the beltway of the beltway, that people have not bought into the hype of President Trump being the true threat to our democracy. What does that mean for Michigan? What does that mean for Pennsylvania? What does that mean for Wisconsin? I think we're getting ready to find out. But if you're President Trump right now, looking at these numbers and looking at Virginia, which don't write them off yet, I think you're feeling quite good, because if he pops the lock on Virginia, we can start probably popping champagne a whole lot earlier than we thought.
Well, we'll keep the champagne on ice until we get some results from Pennsylvania.
But he has multiple paths to 270. And if he can hold what he had in 2020 and add on Georgia and add on Pennsylvania, well, there you have it, where it seems like she has less paths to hit 270 there. You know, Kamala Harris, obviously, too, has had issues with a lot of different blocks of voters, Black voters, Arab voters, Jewish voters, Latinos. And you have to wonder at some point, the strategy of her campaign, if they're going to look back and say all this name calling to Donald Trump wasn't actually the way for her to sway people over to her side.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's really going to be the story of the night, which is I think that coalition that Kamala Harris should have kept intact, kind of the Black voter, Hispanic voter, women voter. At least for now, you're seeing the Black voter and the Hispanic voter not really going for Kamala Harris. You take a county like Baldwin County in Georgia, Trump was up +4 and back, and that's an area where there's a lot of Black voters. It's about southeast of Atlanta. Well, Biden won Baldwin County. It was +1 in 2020. And now Trump has really done well in that area. I also want to really look at Arizona and Nevada, where President Trump has done very well with early voting and day of voting, especially in Arizona, Maricopa County and in Pima County. Again, these are areas with a lot of Hispanic voters. So it'll be interesting to see if the Hispanic voters, more Hispanic voters, break in favor of Donald Trump. And of course, if he takes Arizona and Nevada, and he takes Georgia and North Carolina, then he's just missing one of those, blue wall states up there, whether it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. So that's where I think Donald Trump is in a much stronger position right now.
And Mark Halpern was reporting the other day that Wisconsin, she was struggling. You know, the WOW counties there, it's more rural, it's more white. And, we're looking obviously at Milwaukee and certain areas there that may be a little bit more urban, but that she maybe wasn't doing as well as they had hoped in Wisconsin, to your point, Mercy. So Michigan could be in play for Donald Trump, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It is, obviously we're still, very early in all of this, but there is some trending that makes people feel, maybe that's why Donald Trump was so calm this morning and really relaxed.
Well,
He ran the best campaign.
Yes. Yes, my sources inside
They're calling VA
my
for Harris.
sources inside Mar-a-Lago right now are telling me that the vibes are good. Everyone's very positive. They like the way things are kind of shaking out.
Yeah, well.
I also got a picture.
What
Elon,
about the joy over on the Kamala's campaign? That's where we got to start.
The joy.
we don't have any. We don't have a joy meter to gauge that, but we'll try to check in on that. But we're monitoring these election results, and we saw in Virginia how Donald Trump was able to cut into the lead that Joe Biden had in 2020, not able to win counties like Loudoun County, Fairfax County, but closer than they were before. We'll also see if that shakes out in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. All that data is still coming in, and we're getting that. Here's a live look for you at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. Lots of red hats there. We'll check in with Joe and Mercedes throughout the night. You guys, thanks for being with us.
Great analysis. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Donald Trump didn't get back until 5:30 a.m. this morning, landing in West Palm Beach, and then he went to vote. We had it during our broadcast earlier today.
Yes.
Both you and I took his comments, and he did seem somewhat relaxed and very positive and upbeat, but he was in 3 battleground states yesterday, 4 rallies just till the finish line there. Energy like no one we've ever seen.
Yeah, and the people in Michigan that waited for Donald Trump to get there was like 2:30 in the morning by the time he finally wrapped up. They were very happy to see him. Okay, we're going to get out now to Jason Jones, who's joining us from the Ted Cruz campaign headquarters. Very important Senate race there in the Lone Star State. What can you tell us, Jason?
All right, we are back. We are back. I am completely satisfied now. Steph, you cracked me up. You were on the last comment, you were like, I'm not satisfied. I'm going to use that line. That was hilarious. I checked with Benny. He's very confident. Charlie is cautious. Benny thinks Fox called Virginia too soon. I'm going to check on that. Texas, 56% votes are in. Trump by 7. Okay, cool. Stephanie says, recount. We're too close, man. I was ready for ibuprofen and cartwheels. Poly market right now, 71 for Trump, 28% for Kamala Harris. I will forever now use that line. You can use it in different contexts as well, I'm going to check. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. We got Alex Jones. Can't push him on here. News Nation currently gives Trump 70% chance of winning the election. In Georgia, Trump odds are even stronger with 80% chance, taking the state's 16 electoral votes. Kamala's chances of winning are fading fast.
Some more poll closures coming in at 9 o'clock. We have Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing at this hour. In the last hour, we had Pennsylvania, and we're still waiting for a lot of that data to come trickling in. Arizona also just closed at the top of the hour. We'll bring you all of these results as the data comes in. We're getting it in real time, just like everybody else, and we're just trying to figure out what it all means at this point. We all have been able to call a few races, and we're kind of in the midpoint, I think. Maybe the beginning of the midpoint.
Well, wherever we are, we're glad you are with us. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We are calling some races here. We're going to call Ohio right now. In fact, for Donald Trump with 52% there. Calling Ohio is one of the most recent races. We've also called Alabama, Florida, West Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana, all for Donald Trump. So he is ticking up one by one. But you mentioned the polls are closing now in some parts of the West. And,
let's
with
just take
Nebraska.
a look real
Where's
quick.
Dorothy when you
we
need her?
show Pennsylvania on the screen. Harris up 66% to 33%. You might notice those numbers a little round. Only 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And we're all very interested in what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. We're watching very closely, but we've been told and warned by election officials there, we got to be patient. They have a very slow process for counting votes in Pennsylvania.
I'm
It might not be tonight
Trump
before
back
we
in the
find
White
out
House.
who wins there. We will be watching very closely.
And the makeup of Pennsylvania, you have the collar counties outside of Philadelphia, Bucks County and Chester.
Yes.
Arizona is closing, but lines are still moving. As long as people are in line, they will be taken. Okay, good to know.
Was in Pittsburgh last night, where he announced he got Joe Rogan's endorsement. He had Megyn Kelly there on the ground with him.
New Mexico is
he was
tied.
with the Pittsburgh Steelers a few weeks ago in Latrobe. And, so there's all these different demographics in Allentown, which is also very heavily Hispanic.
Mary
about
says
40%,
Trump is projected to win
Kamala Harris
Texas.
was the other day because she's struggling with Latino voters. So makeup of Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes, the most electoral votes for any of the battleground states. Again, we're watching that very closely for you right here.
Yeah. Ohio used to be a battleground state. Florida used to be a battleground state, but those are now safely in the column for Republicans. All right, let's get out to Alana Austin. She is tracking the developments around the country, and she joins us live now from Washington, D.C. with this report. Hey, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John
being
and
called for
Bianca.
Trump. Okay,
good to see you. Now, we are looking at some of the breaking news that is coming in. For example, these bomb threats that are being reported out of Pennsylvania. As of right now, though, we are hearing that that is not credible, but it has disrupted some of the operations in the Keystone State. Now, we also wanted to play sound from former President Donald Trump earlier today. He says that if the election results are fair, he will accept the results.
So far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved. Thousands. Can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process.
Now, heading into Election Day, we heard from the RNC that they had these massive investments, the top priority being election integrity. Hundreds of thousands of recruits as poll watchers, poll observers, and also volunteers and 500 lawyers per battleground state. Now, the RNC, again, saying they believe that this could prevent issues, trying to nip things in the bud as they arise. The co-chair of the RNC, Laura Trump, also saying, for example, they believe by having all of these strong investments in place, it will address problems quickly.
Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel, and we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah, Harold. I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is got to be your target right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, that hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county. Okay, question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing in this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African American. 47% African American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning, okay?
North Carolina, good.
Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago.
This is
by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this
voting showed women across the country voting much more frequently at a higher percentage point than men. The Democrats assumed those votes went to Harris, but there's no
Kansas
guarantee
called it for
that
Trump.
they did.
Okay,
What are you
awesome.
hearing in Michigan?
100 more for Trump.
No,
Let's go.
certainly. I
Let's
mean,
go.
it's
Let's
the
go.
same
Let's go.
issues for women in Michigan. If you go to the grocery store, you're paying a higher price. If you're trying to get a car, you're paying a higher price. I mean, even just if you look at the differences between the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration, people under Donald Trump, they were taking $6,000 a year home extra from what they had been in the last administration. Now, if you look at the Biden-Harris administration, they've lost $12,000 a year. So this is a significant pain for women and men, and I believe that that'll show in the numbers.
Absolutely. Tudor Dixon, we'll continue to check in with you. Michigan State, we've been watching closely for a long time, but thank you for joining us. But we've got some more projections, more calls. Newsmax now projecting Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. This
There we go.
Expected. We're going to have to see what impact this has on the big Senate race there. And the former president also wins the state we were just talking about, Texas. So this is pretty early in the night, Katrina. Very interesting because Democrats in the last few cycles have had these high hopes. They thought they were going to turn Hispanic voters in Texas Democrat and that they were going to flip this state. Donald Trump's got a hold on it.
And of course, with Texas, they're going for Trump. It will be interesting to see how it plays out for Senator Ted Cruz. And of course, we'll keep everyone posted on that. And of course, polls just closed in the swing state of Michigan. We just spoke to Tudor Dixon.
Arizona polls just closed.
Correspondent Kilmeny Dukart, who is live in Michigan. Kilmeny.
Hey, Katrina, Ed, good to be with you. Michigan is bracing for record turnout, but all eyes have been on Wayne County, where they have the largest population of Arab Americans who could possibly tip the scales in the GOP's favor. And that includes Dearborn, just east of Detroit, where Trump's pledge of peace to Israel's war with Hamas is resonating with voters in what has long been a Democratic stronghold.
The Raleigh.
Yeah. All right, Kilmeny, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lots of information coming on, chattering amongst ourselves at the table. But again, Kilmeny, thanks for that update here. Tom, we were talking about North Carolina. Of course, you showed us some details there. What else coming up do you think is going to be key?
Well, in the state of Georgia, right, we have been waiting for DeKalb County. Now, remember, DeKalb County, they extended their voting hours because of some incidents that happened earlier in the day. And so the county decided that they were going to keep the polls open about it.
I'm going to check Polymarket real quick. Polymarket is increasing significantly, 71% chance for Donald Trump, 28% chance for Kamala Harris. This is dude, when are these PA polls supposed to come out here? Breaking, Donald Trump just hits an all-time high in Polymarket, 72.3% chance. That was probably a few minutes ago. Let's jump back into this.
I'm not calling any states, but I don't think that's that controversial. Washington, Oregon, and so once again, these rural counties, not always as automated. It takes a little bit longer. I think everyone I'm talking to on the ground in Georgia, everyone I'm talking to on the ground in North Carolina, including people at the campaign, feel very bullish that we'll have wins eventually in Georgia and North Carolina.
You know, and it was interesting, Tom, because we were talking about in some of these swing states, especially where the counting of these votes, especially early votes, will take a little longer. Everybody excited to get those numbers. But again, patience.
We've all been here. Matt and I were both there in during the 2000 campaign on election night. We all went through 2016 and 2020. So we just have.
I agree with you, Rob and Steph. I think these Dominion machines need to be banned. I think we need to figure out a new way to do these elections, because all this money is being spent for these Dominion machines, and they're not working effectively. Dorothy's back. Dorothy in the house. Let's go. All eyes on PA. Thank you for jumping on the new stream, Dorothy.
To do. I also think we should be able to get the results on election night.
Right.
So we have a lot to fix in this country.
Right. In 2022, it took Maricopa County, I think, quite a while.
Days, yeah.
Actually, days and days to verify and cure signatures and on all of that.
And I think it frays the country when it takes too long to determine these things and where everyone's running to court. Like, if Europe can do it, if France can do it, we can do this.
Well, look
but
at
you're going to
Florida.
have to
Look at Florida. Look at Florida. Florida was called, and they processed almost 10 million votes, or 9 million votes in the space of about an hour and a half.
And there are no lawsuits in Dade County today. It seemed to go pretty smooth.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. All right. I want to point something else. The Trump camp is circulating some exit polling from NBC News in Wisconsin, where the polls have just closed, showing Donald Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin. We'd be looking at places like Milwaukee and whatnot. 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Donald Trump won. Only
how many of you guys think that
they're
they're dragging out
of
the
black
call for
voters
PA?
in the Badger State, Matt? That would suggest that he's more than double that to roughly 20%. How significant?
You always have this caveat with exit polls. They're not perfect, right?
Yeah. Right.
But I think that this is a theme of tonight, which is we went in tonight saying that Donald Trump performed very well with men and with African-American men, probably men from other minority groups as well. And I think people feel very bullish on Wisconsin. Now, let's put the caveat out there. We're probably not going to know about Wisconsin till the latest because they've had these snafus today, and they're now saying they're not going to give us some of the final counts till 4 a.m. People out there shouldn't be discouraged that means that somehow Wisconsin has fallen away. It's because of their mistakes in the state. Somebody actually found the mistakes, thank God, that we're going to get late reporting out of Wisconsin, not because Donald Trump is performing in some kind of weak fashion.
Yeah, let's also go. We know that Newsmax has projected that Donald Trump will win Texas, where polls just closed, but also another major race could determine who controls the Senate. As we mentioned, of course, Senator Ted Cruz up against Democrat Colin Allred in one of the year's most expensive races. And of course, as we said, Newsmax just called Texas for Trump.
That's right. Our correspondent Jason Jones is live from the Ted Cruz watch party tonight, live in Houston, Texas. Jason, what's the latest there?
Boy, it's changing by the minute. Ed, Katrina, it's great to be with you. I don't know if you can hear it here, but the enthusiasm just went through the roof. The latest numbers coming in at 61% across the state, putting Ted Cruz at 51.5%. And Congressman Colin Allred at 56.6%, but that's changing. Look, it's a big state, guys. We got 254 counties. But one thing to really take away here is you've heard from the pollsters. This has been a close race.
Okay. Arizona's saying that they might take a week to count the votes and recount them. Yeah, if we're at 270 by the end of the night, Arizona won't necessarily matter, but I cannot believe anybody would vote for Harris Walls. Yep. Last I saw, RNC had over 250K poll watchers and over 6,000 attorneys. I saw that too, Rob. Jenny says, are they trying to cheat Wisconsin? Cruz over Alfred, 34%. Yep.
Immigration. And when you're looking at it in the data here, you can clearly see this has been a neck-to-neck race, as we've been hearing may be the case from all these pollsters, and we're seeing it here play out. But right now, it's starting to look like as the numbers sit, Ted Cruz is starting to pull ahead just a little bit.
There we go. All right, Ted Cruz with a narrow lead there in the great state of Texas. We'll continue to watch that. Jason Jones, thank you. As we bring it back to the table here, what's interesting, Tom, if you can head over to take a look at the Newsmax numbers. A lot of chatter on social media right now about North Carolina trending towards Donald Trump. But we're sticking with the data. We haven't called North Carolina yet. This is a pivotal state in the Sun Belt. What are you seeing in North Carolina?
Well, right now, if you take a look, it's basically a 4-point lead for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at some of these key counties. All right, here you've got Wake County. That's where Raleigh is. Harris sort of holding what she had done there. I'm interested though in a place like Asheville and how we got 56% of the vote in. And this is about how Trump should be performing in Asheville, in that county. Fayetteville and this area down here, which is a very red area, has not really reported yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we're continuing to work through all of this. Pitt County in Greenville. This is probably closer than it should be for, and this is 93% of the vote in for Kamala Harris. But again, let's continue. We just continue to watch these Raleigh-Durham suburbs and Charlotte and Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. All right. And the suburbs around Charlotte. Donald Trump overperforming even just a little bit. His 2020 number means that he wins the state.
Tom, what about the western part of the state around Asheville that are more Trump counties? And there were a lot of concerns after the hurricanes that there was going to be trouble with people voting. We got any look at that?
Taking a look at the raw numbers in Madison County, 100% of the votes in, Trump winning there handily. There are several of those counties, and these are the ones that we're talking about here that were impacted by Hurricane Helene that have not really reported yet. So there are potentially more numbers coming in Western North Carolina for Trump over the next probably over the next hour or two.
All right. Let's take a pause right there. North Carolina seems to be trending towards Donald Trump. Wisconsin, we want to take a look at. If you want to get ready on the and we'll do that. But in the meantime, we've got a couple of VIP guests. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson joins us, along with the former governor, Scott Walker. The polls have just closed here. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in.
All right, so we got Trump 177 and Kamala at 99 in electoral votes. Maybe Asheville is fed up with Kamala and FEMA with Joe. Yes. All good, Terry. I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. Let's flip from 220. You guys have been watching a lot of videos over the past few weeks. A lot of people in North Carolina, especially the ones that got hit by Starlink, voting immediately. Yep. I'm going to check I'm going to refresh this. Let's check Polymarket real quick. Whoa. 74% for Trump. This thing is trending up. Holy smokes. Elon sent out Starlink. Yep. My cat Batman has a wound on the right. Oh, okay. I'll be sending some love and prayers. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you. Shout out to Mama Rose and Sister Mary in the house. Really appreciate you.
Turn it over to some of the Newsmax numbers with Tom there from Wisconsin.
Okay.
What are we seeing there? I'm seeing a lot of red right now.
We're seeing, well, we're not seeing too much, all right? It just closed.
Well,
It just
you have on the
closed.
board, 64% is pretty red.
But, this is, again, we're going to be looking at these suburban counties all night because this is really important. Here is Milwaukee, nothing reporting from.
Polymarket, Susan, is a betting market for the presidential campaign. And it's the first time that I'll be using this. It's showing where big money is going for the president. So there's actual money involved in the Polymarket. So people are actually betting on the president. And it's reflecting based on the polls. And right now, it just jumped up to 74.3% chance for Donald Trump. Crazy. All right. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. AP News, 57% votes in. AP calling Texas for Trump. All right.
Looking very strong for Trump. I don't know if we've called it yet, but I think you'll see Bernie Moreno right behind him, looking very good with a W.
I just want to go back to Texas just for a second, because the Democrats, this is like their big pipe dream, right?
Yeah.
They
Yes.
spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions.
Fool's gold.
And because they continue to tell everybody that they're going to flip Texas and they're going to get the governorship, or they're going to win a
I'm going
Senate
to jump
race, or
over
they're
to
going to
Fox
flip it
real
blue in a
quick.
presidential. And
me a second.
Texas is holding firm.
Can I throw something
Texas
else?
holding?
I wanted to throw one thing in here, Matt, before I get your thought. You know, I spoke with Senator Cruz yesterday, and he was saying, next to former President Trump, they, meaning the Democrats, come after him the most, with the most vitriol, with the most money, as we've pointed out. And he said it's nearly impossible
It's a commercial on
for
Fox.
him
So as soon as
to
they
get
jump
his
on,
message out, but we're
I'll
seeing
swing
that he's
over to
doing it
Fox.
regardless.
I have all these numbers. The outspending by the left over the Republicans is astronomical. But what you have to understand, the reason they're going after Ted
Let's
Cruz
see
is because
what's-
he's such a threat as a Cuban American. And what I just want to say, what Tom's point is, the reason why they think
What's
they're going to
CNN
flip
saying? I'm gonna
Texas
go check
is
it out.
because they
I'll be
think
back.
they
Okay, no
own
problem.
minority votes. They think they own black votes and Hispanic votes. And what's happening is those voters are waking up and spelling the bacon and saying
going
socialism
good,
does not work for my
Zayden.
family.
Yeah, their whole plan was to try to
177 for
attract
Trump
as many Latino
and
voters.
99
you know,
for
because
Kamala
they're now
Harris.
almost
Kamala.
20% of the population.
Kamala
And they want to
Harris.
build a wall, and they don't like the crime with the open border. It's a boomerang on what the Democrats thought it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
backfired.
Well, that bacon is sounding good.
Is
I'm
it?
maybe here all night.
We're going to be here till the morning, so that's a good
There you go.
analogy.
All right. You go on in the kitchen there. Get it going, all right?
Get some
After
pancakes too.
a quick 1 minute break, our Vote for America coverage continues. Exit poll.
All right. Let's see what's. Oh, shoot. Let's jump into this.
Just mentioned in his excellent report there, that state has always been so close. 2020 Biden 0.6, Donald Trump 2016 0.8%. It's actually kind
Thank
of
you,
the
Rob.
birthplace of the
Appreciate
progressive
you.
movement. So some say there's still a little bit of a streak
rock,
there in
man.
Wisconsin, but we're watching that, watching all the wow
Also the
counties
birthplace
there
of
as
the
well.
Republican Party in
That's
Wisconsin.
right. So
very political state.
interesting state.
All right, let's welcome in Stephanie Hamill now. She's a contributing writer at the
Thank
Media
you,
Research
Driving for
Center
Bills,
and
for the
Trade
super
Trainer as a
chat.
commissioner at the Federal Elections Commission. Great to have you
This is
both
for
with
the
us
work
this
you
evening.
do. So much appreciated. Love your
Great
videos.
to see you,
Whoever
John and
wins.
Bianca.
All right, Stephanie, first to you.
Put a
What's
shout
caught your
out for
eye?
small
What are you
business
looking
in
at
Brooklyn,
most closely
Boys,
this evening?
Pizza, and Oceanside.
I mean, I've been
I'm gonna
actually
do it.
looking a lot at the media coverage this evening.
Thank you so much,
and
Driving
there
for Bills.
are a
Really
lot of
appreciate the
nervous
super
people
chat.
out there. A lot of people are really concerned about where this is going. I mean, they were
Gina
hoping
in the
that
house.
Kamala would win this in a landslide, and that doesn't appear to be the case in all of these states.
Yeah, you think about all the favorable media coverage. The Media Research Center has done their own analysis. I'm sure you've covered this. Overwhelmingly negative for
Law of
Donald
attraction,
Trump,
my
Trey,
friend.
and overwhelmingly
Yes.
positive for Kamala Harris.
Well, the coverage has been that. You know, for me, I've been monitoring very closely the legal situation, having over 20 years experience doing election law. I look at things like what's going on in Milwaukee, where Milwaukee was very slow counting the vote earlier today. And then the legal team up there found out that they were doing the counting in an insecure environment. So they had to restart their count over. And so you have election officials in Milwaukee who aren't doing their job, and they need to do their job. And that report that you just had from what's going on up there in Wisconsin was very encouraging. But again, you need to have fair administration of these elections. The other thing I've been monitoring closely is the minority vote that Donald Trump appears to be getting in Georgia.
I hope not.
Outperform way out.
I hope not. I hope. I hope not. I hope Lori says the night's still young. None of us will know until January. I hope not. California will be red. Yep. Breaking. VA internal polls indicate Trump is ahead statewide. 0.9% translates to 21K votes.
Go 51%. Donald Trump, North Carolina, the battleground state. Yes, sorry, yeah, Trey, thank you. But doesn't it feel like some of these issues are being handled before? And now we saw what happened in Georgia, where they said, no, you're not going to have these election offices open. So just to let you finish your point here, as we wanted to call North Carolina and get our viewers up-to-date information, there is the RNC has made a big push, and there are a lot of things that are happening, and there's a lot of wins there that should make people feel very, very confident.
Well, we should feel confident, and it's great to see the changes that have happened in our elections administration.
Okay, let me see when they're going to call the next one. Everything should be closed. Polling's closed. EST, okay. That's done. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Okay. This is crazy to me. 10 p.m. EST, full close Nevada and Utah. Let's jump back into. I want to see what's going on with Fox. 28 million votes for Kamala. Not letting you know, stupid people. Yep. Yeah, I know.
Trey Gowdy and Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line. And that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and...
Come on, Pennsylvania.
We're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote That may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. Now we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys had mentioned Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133.
Come
There's
on,
40% of the vote
let's
that has
go.
not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Fox, 195 for Trump. I'm seeing it right now. 195 for Trump, 117 for Harris. Keep it coming, Trump. Let's go. This was on the screen here a bit ago. Broke into Pennsylvania polling place to force a police evacuation. A mob rushed in Belfont Center County election office at 7 p.m. Wow. Are you kidding me? It's a freaking joke. Yeah, let's make America affordable again, 100%.
The COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote,
Right.
and that was.
All right, so where is PA at? Let's see. Election interference at its finest. I was watching in 2020. Yeah, I remember this specifically. I was watching 2020. Trump won. But then, yeah, when I woke up, it was a totally different story. I went to bed at like 1:30, woke up. Biden was winning. It was total BS. Let's see.
You can extrapolate that over place like Hall County, 72%, right?
Yeah, we got Georgia for sure.
Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him
haven't
is that
yet.
that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and it's just, yeah, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the vote still out, so he's got to.
Yeah, that was a horrible nightmare in 2020. Waking up. All right, we got Risking My Biscuit says, let's smoke a joint with each other when we wins. Yep. Oh, here we go.
Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing, actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's the former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks.
All right. All right, let me jump into some of these comments. Risking My Biscuit. Actually, I am sober, completely sober from everything since December 3rd. And but I used to partake. But yeah, I will pretend, or I will cheers you once we win 100%. It was actually a decision that, you know, I wanted to do. Originally, it was only going to be until March, and then it's November 5th now, so I'm all sober. I can't believe it's so close. What the hell is wrong with these people? They're actually seriously pretending they're better off than they were 4 years ago. Wake the F up. Kathy will join you. I'm pulling an all-nighter. Yep, me too. Okay. Throughout these days, watching slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our regular team found counting took place in secure conditions, and the city has to start over. Jeez. All this money dropped into these freaking Dominion machines, and this is the crap, the BS that we get. What the hell, man? What the heck? Risking. I'll drink for each state she doesn't win. Thomas. Yep. All right, yeah, sober life. Actually, I feel really good. I'm sleeping good. I'm feeling great. I love it.
And Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency.
Let's jump into Poly Market. Let's refresh. Oh man. Poly Market right now. This is the highest that I have personally ever seen this. 76.6% chance of Donald Trump win. That just skyrocketed from 4 p.m. to 6:40 p.m. PST. That is massive. That is, I think that's a positive sign. AZ numbers will not report until 8:30 local time. So that's in a few hours. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for those updates. I really appreciate you for that. North Carolina, 54% chance Trump's ahead. Lori says, let's pull out the hard stuff. Look at all that red. We got a lot of red on the board, guys. The next polls to close are going to be in about 20 minutes. We got a lot of red on. We got a lot of red. I hope Arizona, Hawaii, Alaska, and Nevada flip for Trump. I think Arizona and Nevada will, for sure. Newsmax, NC just called for Trump. Let me jump into Newsmax. Let me see. Shout out to you guys, man. You guys are champs. Let me jump into Newsmax.
Just a little worse. Go to another county, and then important county, Forsyth County, over 125,000 votes, 65% against Biden, 66% again, 1 point better. And you can go to I mean, I can pull counties all over the place. 66% against against 63 against
Trump is
so if I
trending
can
better.
do this, and I did go around and all of these little counties you see, and we.
Okay, as soon as they get called, Rob says, I just drank too much chocolate milk. Chocolate milk wasted. Let's go. Jenny, Trump's the Energizer Bunny. North Carolina called for Trump. Yeah, I think honestly, driving for bills, yes, back to Scantrons. Let's go back to the basic stuff here. Let's go back to the basics. Let's get rid of these machines. And look,
For former
they are still constructing the stage over there at Howard. It's crap. They suck. Yeah, I drank a little bit too much caffeine too. I'm on these Celsius kicks here. It's like 250 milligrams of caffeine here. I'm gonna be jazzed up. Kathy, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Yeah, check back in a bit. You know, I think so if Arizona and Nevada turn, but Pennsylvania has. Let's jump into that real quick. Let's see. Trump wins PA more than 0.5%. No automatic recount. Oh, here we go.
Music. We're really just hearing the sound of that network broadcasting their results. Off in the distance, I can see an enormous teleprompter that's in use. Technicians are testing it out, presumably for the use of the vice president when she comes here and makes whatever statement she's going to be making to her supporters. The text that is scrolling through the teleprompter, however, gives us no clue to the nature of those remarks because it belongs to Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. We will not see President Biden here. We have learned that earlier today from the White House. That comports with custom. Bill Clinton didn't show up at Al Gore's watch party, and President Obama didn't show up at Mr. Biden's. However, we understand.
This is what I got here. All right. So if PA turns, does everybody kind of agree with this here? PA has 19 electoral votes. With the existing stuff that's on this board. Let me know if you guys agree with this here. Yeah, Stephanie says 210. I'm satisfied. Yeah. She's eating them kids. Yeah, she's doing something with them kids. But If PA turns blue, that's 19 electoral votes here. It's 275 to 263. North Carolina was called. VA reporting Trump at 49%. Okay. Wow. Okay, so let's flip VA. Yeah, Kamala's screaming at her staff right now. But let's say Arizona, this is the one that I'm not, like these two right here, Arizona and Nevada, I'm not incredibly, they're likely, but if one of these turn, it's still, oh, that's tight. That's tight. Multiple channels are calling NC for Trump. Okay. So then that closes it up without PA. That closes it up without PA. That's solid. All this up here is blue. No doubt. New Mexico blue, Colorado blue, all this, California, Oregon. Let's see what's going on. The X, hold on. Oh, Joy Reid. Here we go. Let's Joy Reid has to say. Hold on. Joy Reid, hairline.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature.
Project 2025. For the kids watching, we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became president. Dude. Listen to what Mark Cuban had to say here. Here's Mark Cuban.
More even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching
Mark Cuban's looking thin.
for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location.
Yeah. All right, let's jump back into what's going on the news here. Let's jump back into news, Max.
Waukesha, they're doing okay. Waukesha, yeah. I mean,
You're an East Coast.
you're a New Yorker. I know. I'm a New Yorker. Come.
I don't know what happened here. Oh, Mark.
What have you learned? What can you tell us?
Well,
Look, if you look at the exit polls, if you look at the confidence coming out of the Mar-a-Lago war room and boiler room, and you look at the lack of pushback on the Democrats, it's hard to escape the conclusion that Kamala Harris's one path to exactly 270 electoral votes appears to be fading. Trump is very strongly positioned in 3 of the 7 battlegrounds right now, and he'd only need one more to win the presidency. And again, great deal of confidence in Mar-a-Lago, no confidence right now. And focus in some quarters in the Democratic Party has turned to the Senate to see how many of the Senate seats they can save. The exit polls are quite clear. Donald Trump is overperforming with Hispanic men and Hispanics generally, Black men, young people, independents. This may be not just a Trump victory, but it may also be a realignment that goes further than the 2016 realignment that he had.
Realignment for Trump. I'm not sure if you'd quite call it a Republican revolution if they can get 53, 54 seats in the Senate, but you use the word fading, that Kamala Harris may be fading in terms of reaching 270.
She's fading and faded.
Great deal of confidence amongst Republicans in Mar-a-Lago and in the states themselves, right? A cross-check, not just what the Trump folks think, but what Governor Kemp thinks, what Republican electeds in Wisconsin and North Carolina think. Those 3 states have the most clarity right now and very little Democratic pushback. So no guarantee, no projection on my part. But if you take the confidence, not bluster, not spin, but the genuine confidence, Democrats are in a very limited way saying, well, maybe we'll get some vote here, maybe we'll get some vote there. But Republicans aren't even sort of making the case. They're simply asserting those 3 states will go to Donald Trump. And as I said, if he wins those 3, he then needs to win any of Arizona, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And the White House is his again.
Wow. All right. Mark Halperin, always excellent intel from you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And by the way, you may have seen on the screen there, Newsmax now calling Colorado for Kamala Harris as well. Largely expected that would happen. Let's go back to former Senator Rick Santorum with the Newsmax numbers, talking about the balance of power. We just heard from Rob Astorino that there's confidence. There's not a call yet, but there's confidence in Ohio with Bernie Moreno, the Republican challenger. We're hearing Mark Halperin saying that there's almost a fade going on for Kamala Harris, and that Democrats are training their eyes on desperately trying to win as many Senate seats as possible because the White House may be fading. What are you seeing?
What we talked about before, but let's start where we are right now. So with the races that have been called to date, 45 seats with existing Republicans plus the ones that have been declared winners, compared to 36 for the Democrats. Let's go to the map and see where these are. These are the Senate map. Here's the blue wall, and right now, with the vote in place, Hovde is behind, Rogers is behind, and McCormick is behind. Those 3. Let me go back there.
I agree with you there, Tom.
That one more time. Here we go.
I could go for a nice cigar.
Pennsylvania. We talked about this before.
Not the brandy, but the cigar.
Casey running very well, but if you compare him to what's going on with Kamala Harris, he's running about 2.5 points ahead of Kamala Harris. That the thinking was within the McCormick campaign that Donald Trump had to win the state by 2.5 to 3%. And if he does, then Dave McCormick has a real good shot of winning that race. Right now, this early vote is showing that is the case. Let's go to Wisconsin, where we talk about Eric Hovde. Kamala Harris is ahead, but Eric Hovde is not. Tammy Baldwin is not running as well as Kamala Harris. That is actually a little different. We saw this before, that Hovde seems to be running a little better than Donald Trump. And if, as what Mark Halperin just said, that Mar-a-Lago feels like Wisconsin's in pretty good shape for Trump, that would indicate it's in pretty good shape for Eric Hovde. So the other state that in the balance of power to pick up is Montana, Democratic held seat. Republican is favored to win there. So what does this all mean? You look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, in addition to winning West Virginia and Ohio, which we're leading right now. That puts the Republicans at about 54.
This is looking good. Trump count 210, Harris at 105. Whew. Lori says earthquake now. I just looked it up. It looks like, I don't know, was there an earthquake, or are we just saying earthquake in regards of breaking down the blue wall? Because that's what we doing. Break. They called it for Ted Cruz, 2-1 margin. Okay.
Let's take a breath and kind of listen to all this. I mean, Rick is
Take a
playing,
breath. It's moving fast,
it's
Ed.
moving fast.
Okay. Oh, Tom, thank you so much. Shout out to all the moderators. Give the moderators a round of applause. The moderators are freaking awesome. The chat's amazing. Birds of a feather flock together, my friend. Ted Cruz is safe. Lori said, I'm in Minnesota, too drunk to know if an earthquake happened. Oh my gosh.
That Trump, in these exit polls, Trump has doubled his support with black voters.
Joe, Chris
This is
Christie.
really fascinating. This could totally change the future of how the MAGA movement is being formed, which is bringing in these Hispanic voters and these black voters. I think we got to be looking at North Carolina. It's still very close there, despite the fact that President Trump is outperforming Mark Robinson, who lost that governorship race, but by about 10 points. But again, there's still a lot of numbers out there from North Carolina that are from these Democrat districts. So we have to see what that's going to be looking
Rest in
at
paradise,
as well. And
Mama.
one of the other points I also heard is what to watch for in Pennsylvania. I know we have Mr. Pennsylvania here with us, but President Trump got 18% in Philadelphia in 2020. Right now, he's at 16.6% with only 26% of the vote in. That's a very interesting number to watch.
Let me update that number because it's right here on the screen. And I was just looking at that. He's actually at 19% with 29%.
It's awesome that you got her hat on, too.
Remember when we first started talking about Philadelphia, I said the first vote was the early vote. And that came in, and Philadelphia Trump was at 11%.
Oh, that's
He's
good,
now up to
Terry.
almost double that number. And we're still at 29%.
Happen to get some
and
stitches
it
on
looks like
that, or?
most of the vote that's still to come in is day of vote, which he has been increasing his number all along. I mean, if you compare that to where Joe Biden was, 81.4, Kamala's already down to 80. I think there's a good chance Donald Trump could end up with 24, 25% of the vote here. And just to give you a comparison, he was at 15% against Hillary Clinton. Okay. So that is, you want to talk about what the discussion was earlier about a sea change within the Republican Party.
That's right.
This is in the Hispanic community. It's in the African-American community.
Trump is ahead in New Mexico.
It's a huge deal for Republicans in Pennsylvania to see this kind of
So if Trump's ahead in New Mexico, that's 5 electoral votes for That's 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. Let's just change this to likely. That changes. Wow, there's a lot of red on here. Ah, man. Let's change Iowa. Did I change Iowa already? I did. Oh, this is GA red too. Okay. Ooh-wee. Anything else? PA will turn pink. I'm speaking of it. Okay. Here we go. Do we got something coming up?
Right here on Newsmax continues live 10 p.m. in the East. here in New York City. Polls in the Midwest now closing as we speak. We're waiting on the West now, as
right.
Nevada and Arizona's been closing.
Exactly. Also, Montana and Utah closing. We're also keeping an eye on events throughout
go.
the country, like we're going to go back to it.
Let's
vote
go.
counting. It continues in Philadelphia. Also, vote counting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Might take a little longer than expected,
Let's
but again,
go,
every
Maricopa.
vote being counted. We're also watching both the Harris campaign headquarters and Trump headquarters.
Absolutely. All right, let's bring in senior fellow of the American Conservative Union, Mercedes Slapman, host of Saturday Agenda, Rob.
Trump at 48 point. Let's check Polymarket. Trump 48.7, Harris at 50%, only 28% counted so far in Iowa. Let's jump into Polymarket. Oh, man. Wow. 84% chance likelihood of a Donald Trump victory. 84%. That is huge. We are rocking and rolling. Young Turks about to lose their mind. Yeah. Chanky is gonna be get hope he doesn't get an aneurysm or something. So listen to this new Trump count. Okay, guys, you ready? 220 for Trump, Harris 108. Let's go. Let's go. There it is on the screen. Chunky yogurt. It's gonna be turning red. Turning red, baby. Trump at 220, Harris at 108. Whew. Last time he had a wound. My lib neighbor called animal control and I spat. Yeah. He won Missouri, Montana, and Utah. Let's jump into this.
All right, let's bring in, do we have a projection here?
Yes, we do.
Utah going for Donald Trump. No surprise.
Not a
there.
surprise there. That's right. All right. Let's now bring in former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. Governor, great to have you with us here. Your reaction overall to what you are seeing? What's your vibe? What are you hearing?
It sounds like a good night for Donald Trump and a good night for America. And I think the reason is you were talking about a realignment earlier. There really is a realignment. And I'm going
to jump into the Young Turk stream real quick.
Ecstatic that the Republican Party is changing. It's morphing into a party that is really the party of the working class.
I'm going to jump into the Young Turk stream real quick. Let's see how Chunky Yogurt's doing here. I kind of want some comedic relief here. So let's see how Chunky Yogurt's doing here.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. You're at
Okay, he's at a commercial. CNN reports the mood at Kamala HQ. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. Yeah, I bet they might not even have to finish assembling the stage that they're late on.
TYT, we understand this. That's why.
Let's see. I kind of just want some comedic relief here. Chank's been walking the red pill as a witness of insanity for some people. Yeah. He has some serious TDS, man. Yo, honestly, where's Mark Cuban been besides that video that we just saw him on? That was Rachel Maddow, but where has Mark Cuban been? He's been absolutely silent on the X platform after his comment about Trump not being around strong women. Yeah, let's check out some I'm interested to see what some of these other folks are saying too. Let's jump into that. Let's see. Elon Musk is probably doing cartwheels right now. Let's MSNBC. Oh, you guys ready?
Right. And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter, right? But you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election
there's Joy
cycle,
Reid. There's our
but
friend
part
Joy
of this,
Reid.
I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina. He said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states and one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city and the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are.
All right, I'm going to jump into Fox.
This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather.
Oh, what's up,
They
Christina?
love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points
Bill.
in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
Exactly.
Did
right
Newsmax
about that.
called something too early?
Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? You know, we're waiting to get
go,
that in as
PA.
well.
Come on.
These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue.
Come
I would
on.
expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. You know, Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. You know, I mean, both you guys watch it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the West Side?
And he got shot there. He got shot there. Tom says, Kamala Harris just put a stop payment on Beyonce's paycheck. Yep. I think so. Bongino, GA just called for Trump. Okay. We're getting some mixed reports. I noticed that Newsmax might have called something early because Fox is showing a 205. On Newsmax, it showed a 210. Steven, Poly Market is showing 78% chance. Yeah, I just checked Poly. Actually, right now, Poly Market, I'm going to refresh while we're live. 89.2% chance. Let's go. Let's go, Patriots. Indiana, Dorothy, you are a rock star right now with these numbers. Indiana tally, 74%. You guys can see it right there on the screen. Yeah, Newsmax is far right. Yeah, I know. Pennsylvania, Octavio says Pennsylvania's tie race right now. Wisconsin for Trump. Yep. I want to jump back into the Young Turks. I want to see what's going on with see, Newsmax right now has Trump at a 220 and Harris at a 108, while Fox has Trump at 205, Harris at 117. So there are some, let me jump into some Young Turks. Let's see what's going on with them. I just kind of want to get a laugh a little bit. Oh, here we go. Let me turn up the volume.
So many people that I talk to personally who always say, oh, there's a problem at the border and they're coming in. And I was like, when has this been a problem for you personally? And they never have any kind of anecdote for that, right? They just watch the national news and then they interpret that as like, that is my life and that is what I'm experiencing here, even though it's not really the reality. Maybe in some parts of the state it is, but where I live, it really isn't. Not that I've seen, not that I've heard from other people. So there's that. And then people always like to talk kind of nebulously about the economy and how Trump is going to fix the economy. And they always talk about the grocery bills and the gas prices and all these things. And it's really hard to argue with those things because, yeah, the grocery prices are very high, but they don't really want to hear anything about, Trump's economic plan or lack thereof, or his tariff plan and how all the economists say it's such a bad idea. They're not really interested in having those conversations, at least not with me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe they just don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, no, I'm
Which is
sure everyone wants to
possible.
talk to you, but yeah, I get the sense that this election wasn't really about policy. Like, honestly, if you compare this election to even 2020, like the primary cycle in 2019 and 2020, I remember Elizabeth Warren coming out with like detailed policy proposals, and maybe that was overkill. I will admit, maybe that was overkill. But there isn't really, like, for those who care about policy, there isn't really much to latch onto with either candidate here. There's just a lot of broad, vague talk about what their values are.
But yeah, but this wasn't a policy election. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I would say,
Oh,
maybe in a general sense, I don't think that they're equal on those measures. I mean, you've covered the plans that Harris has put out.
But John, I mean, it's
I'm simply not going to say that they're the same. I mean, Trump yelling out no tax on tips is not the same as putting out a plan to try to deal with housing.
But I mean, look, sure,
Yeah,
Harris has
she is.
definitely put out proposals, but they've been vague, right? So a perfect
flip-flopping.
example is, I love what
She's
she had
been-
to say
she's
about
been a
increasing the
flip-flopper.
inventory of houses,
She's missed
homes for people to buy.
chunk
That's
lot
the
too.
big issue, the root of the problem in our housing market. But I would have liked to hear, I want to believe that she's going to fight for that, right? But I would have liked to hear, okay, how are you going to overcome state and local zoning laws, which will serve as an obstacle in building those homes, right?
I'm glad that you want to hear that.
Yeah.
And I think those are important things. I don't know that explaining that would have gotten through to a lot of people.
And she had a truncated candidacy, right?
That's
She-
true,
she-
yes.
She just got
Which
the
was
job,
unfair to her.
basically. And this was an election and remains an election about one man. And her campaign was about turning the page and moving America forward with reasonable plans, but non-specific. And yes, there should have been more specificity, but I think she gets cut a little bit of slack. And for the reason that
Yeah, okay. That's good.
In Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the holy grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
In Pennsylvania, what are we learning
Yeah,
about what may
I was definitely not satisfied with Oh, man. This is hilarious right here. Look at this. Projected winner Ukraine. Jeez. Okay. There we go. Russell Brand. I don't know. Some of you guys that were on the stream earlier might have saw this, but look at this. This is Kamala Harris.
Have you voted already? You did, thank you.
Look at this. She's literally talking to her camera app on her phone. What a champ. Good job, Kamala. Good job. All right.
All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit. You know,
Stephanie asked if Elon posted anything. Here's Elon's post 2 minutes ago. Kapow. He posted this right here. It says kapow. And it shows the poly market. Trump at 90% and Kamala at 9%. And that is the most recent. Michael Moore is not accepting phone calls right now. Oh. Let's see what else we got. More Rachel Maddow. Okay. 9. Iowa, 6 electoral votes. Trump, okay. Okay. Let's jump back into this real quick. Yeah, Elon's an epic troll, 100%. I wonder what AOC's doing also. It was Diddy's birthday. Not that you guys give a crap, but it was Diddy's birthday, I guess, yesterday. All right.
Proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
the
he probably
Westminster,
does.
you know, I mean, none of the chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away. This is
let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's for
ever.
sure, right?
I mean, all
I do
these
too. I
thrown
like
at
Brett.
him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I like Brett too. He's great. I wonder what Scott Jennings is up to. Risking my biscuit. I'm surprised Diddy did a surprise president endorsement for Kamala Harris via webcam. That would be hilarious. Rachel Mad Cow, aka Mark Cuban, is freaking out right now. Yeah, I'm sure he got a good birthday present in prison. You know, he didn't have to drop the soap that day. Kamala Harris is so stupid. That's funny. Let's see what's going on with. I'm gonna jump. All right, we got 88% for Trump on Poly Market. Let's go to Newsmax. I'm almost half tempted to go to Telemundo, but
Indicators there that show that I know it's too close to call, but I think that the Trump campaign's feeling pretty confident that they can pull out in Georgia, but we might not know that until close to midnight is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, Matt, big picture for you at this hour. I mean, we talked to Mark Halperin a little while ago, and he said the confidence has been building at Mar-a-Lago, where the former president is, not done yet, but that they felt that maybe things were fading for Kamala Harris. See the New York Times and others putting her odds at smaller and smaller chances that path to 270 narrows.
You know,
Newsmax is Newsmax.
I just want to get the W. I
It's
thought you were just
leaning
like,
super heavy. 242 for Trump, 108 for Harris. They are leaning very heavy. Dorothy says vote tally 43.8% of expected. Donald Trump. Thank you, Dorothy, for the update. Do you see how they downplay it even though they're showing the correct numbers? They say that he's up and down and they use it as a comparison to last time. Nobody gives. Yep. This is good news from Twitter. Courts have ordered PA to count and certify votes tonight. Trump wins Georgia. Cindy says national TDS recovery starts tomorrow. I think I'm going to elect Rachel Madcow, Joy Reid, everybody on The View to attend the first TDS seminar, which will be in a couple days. Let's go PA. Come on.
With black voters there, there's also a good 20% or more of Catholic voters in that area. And one of the most fascinating parts that I have seen with the Trump campaign is their outreach, a really targeted outreach to Catholic voters. They've been more organized
in this election, which I think they're going to break for Donald Trump as well.
Well, I saw that CatholicVote.org was urging Catholics to go out there and vote because, there is no such thing as the perfect candidate. Some felt like President Trump wasn't pro-life enough. And then, of course, the immigration issue,
It all worked in the end. Look, the fact is everybody who cares about the issue of life knows that Donald Trump will protect much more unborn life than Kamala Harris, who doesn't believe in any regulations at any time. She wants to fund these activities, and that's obnoxious to a lot of people. Look, the other thing in these 3 states that's important to remember is that in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and Michigan, somewhere between 23 to 28% Catholic in these states, you've got a lot of pro-life Catholics who don't agree with me on a whole bunch of other conservative issues. And will you be able to pick them up and put them on your side? This was always true of people who are strong Second Amendment people.
And a lot of Hispanics are Catholic.
That's right. So there's a lot of interesting dynamics in these races that are not always easily apparent to people.
There you
All
go.
right, as we were talking about it before, Newsmax projecting Trump taking Georgia. Let's go to the wall right now with Senator Rick Santorum. Rick, so talk to me about what?
How did it happen?
How did it happen? Talk to me, compare and contrast to Joe Biden.
Yeah, and here's a little county, Atkinson County, which is down near the Florida border. Almost 77% for Trump. He got 73%. You say 3%, 4%. I can go to all these little counties. In fact, that's what I've been doing for the last, and he's up 3, 4, 5% in all these counties in South Georgia. And to make up a difference, and what's happening with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden won the biggest county in the state, Fulton County, where Atlanta is, by 62.7, 71.5. That 1%. That is 1% of her most important county that she dropped. Trump picked up everywhere else. Her second most important county, which is the black suburb of Atlanta, which is Clayton County, 84.3. Great number, not as good as Biden.
Yeah,
so
this is
if
looking
you just
good.
Go around and you look, she didn't quite keep up.
This is looking good. Mary says, pray, pray, pray. What do we got? Newsmax projects Trump to win Georgia. That is good news. I'm going to check a leftist vote. Okay, I'm checking Google. All right. Google has 198 at Trump. Google. We know what Google is, so. Okay. Local GA 91% in. Trump is up about 150K votes. Super awesome. Let's go.
County, which is significant.
Newsmax they're calling this at 242.
You see right there, the numbers having to do with Georgia. Trump is at Mar-a-Lago. He's there tonight with his family. He's expected, and supporters, senior advisors, he's expected to come here. Whether that happens tonight or in the overnight hours, in the early morning hours, remains to be seen. But real quick, one final point having to do with some of the down ballot measures here in Florida. Voters here rejected Amendments 3 and 4. Amendment 3, which was supported, by the way, by Trump, had to do with the legalization of marijuana. That failed. Also, Amendment 4, which would have amended Florida's constitution to give people more, women more abortion rights. That also failed. Both of those amendments were blocked. Governor DeSantis was really outspoken against both of those amendments. Kind of a contrast on Amendment 3 between he and Donald Trump, but clearly the electorate agreeing with DeSantis and rejecting both of those measures. But again, back here on the ground, very optic moves, very nervous. A lot of folks that are nervous, anticipating the the results as they continue to come in, but definitely an electric and energetic feeling here, you guys.
Yeah, John Huddy, that sounds like it's cautiously optimistic. Mercedes, you want to jump in?
Okay, so we've talked about this gender gap, right? Well, one of the most interesting numbers that I've seen so far are these single people, single ladies. Where are the single ladies here? Well, apparently, I think that this idea that Harris
I'm gonna check
going
some
to be a
dem.
blowout with single women.
Good
well, in these
idea,
exit polls,
Steph.
Harris 60.
Let's shoot for CNN.
Again, 6% of the electorate, these margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years
So they're saying 195 for Trump,
ago. So not a
91
lot of
for
change in the
Harris.
Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Jake Tapper's
towards
about to
Trump.
crap his pants.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts.
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even though they're not saying it publicly, believe that what that comedian did was not helpful. And yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with that very population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and let's face it, even before the garbage remark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos. And, one of the ads that Trump and a lot of people sort of wondered about it, played, I think, more than any other, was the transgender ad. And you wonder if it did actually score with social conservatives and in winning votes for him and turning them away from Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a flip.
We're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason. Where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative.
Since Madison Square Garden, we have been talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County.
Rob says their faces look like somebody's about to hand them the pink slip. All of them look very unsettled. You can hear it in their voice. Yeah. Dana Bash is like, Tapper and his crew are about to tap out. Yep. It's still early. It is still early.
Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. So some of this may not have kicked in yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave the polls. We don't know what precincts or Allentown are in. I don't anyway out here right now. Some of our people can jump at me if they do, if they have that information. But Lehigh.
Riots have started. Antifa are out in Portland rioting their displeasure. And Portland police are out on bicycles fighting crime. Wow. Let's see if we can find something. Where'd you see that at? Grant Cardone just posted, terrible night for Mark Cuban. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Oh man. Okay. Thank you. Let's check that out. Let's jump into that. That was 2021. Let's jump. Oh, 12 minutes ago. Here we go. How am I going to do this? I'll just play it like this. Just so it doesn't. I'm going to place it on mute though. And then I got to skim through it because I don't know. I didn't pre-watch it. So. All right. Seattle PD kicking Antifa's. Wow. You know what, right? They're kicking their what? Oh, crap. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on the X. On the X. Riots in Portland. Yep. Just peaceful transfer, you know, just peace. That's it. Oh my God, stage reflection look back. Dorothy, shout out for the update again. Thank you. Catherine says she's seeing 210 Trump, 112 Harris. Let's jump back into let's go to Fox.
I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, you know, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near DC, counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina.
I gotta
She's
shut
in
my
the
back
very
door.
white
I'll be right
states
back.
trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president.
Yeah, it was getting kind of cold. I had my screen door open in the back and it was like breezing up in here. Someone suggests Charlie Kirk seen somebody suggest somebody do something and they axed the stream. Really? They axed Charlie's Kirk's they cut off Charlie's stream. Minnesota Tally. Okay. Thank you, Dorothy. I'm going to jump on the Turks. Somebody said, Michael said, jump on the Turks. Charlie's down. I wonder why'd they cut him? I really just want to see Shanky Shank talk, but here we are on Poly Market real quick. So Poly Market has 93% Trump win, and then Kamala had a 6% chance of winning. Jeez. Arizona close. Tom says, my advice to Kamala is turn the page. Yep. Trump wins South Dakota. Okay, solid win. The Onion came back a couple days ago. I don't know if you guys are familiar with The Onion. The Onion is like a parody news network, and it's just been hilarious. Where's Newsmax?
This election, that coalition that you just talked about, the only ones that are left are the public employees unions and the teachers unions. That's really it in terms of their kind of reliable base, because Republicans now have something to build on. Trump wins this thing, then if it's 20% with black voters, he's got an opportunity to make it 25, to make it 30.
I'm going to check on
If
Carrie
he's
Lake
at
right now.
40, 45% with Latinos, or Republicans can crest over 50 in the next election. I mean, that's major alarm bells.
Every point you pick up in these demographics makes a dramatic impact in these states. You know, if you move from 8 points to African Americans to 11%, it makes a
Carrie Lake has a 45% chance of winning right now. I'm going to run on AP. Let's actually run on NBC. Oh, they're jumping in on this. Hold on. Let's see if they're going to give Carrie Lake updates. Hold on.
approach at that point was the Texas approach, was to try to speak their language, try to have a welcoming immigration policy. Don't talk about walls.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Ed?
Well, hang on one second.
They're just going over Ohio right now. MSNBC says Trump 210, Harris 91. That's interesting. Let's jump into MSN.
About one, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump, maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200.
Yeah, I was saying very interesting, Jenny. Yeah, because they had Kamala Harris so low. It's just very interesting that MSNBC, MSDNC would have Kamala Harris so low.
To finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that
I bet you I bet Rob says Trump's probably at 270 already. They're just not saying it because they want to get the views, man. They want to get the ratings. They're going to milk it. Pennsylvania's looking good. Interesting how all networks report differently because of who they favor. Yeah. Puerto Rico flipped its governor to GOP. Awesome.
82,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost.
Jenny says, my husband says they're milking it too. I think they're milking it. Rob says, I'm guessing it's already over. They just want to drag it out. They're just dragging it. Because look at this. This is Polymarket right here. Polymarket has Donald Trump at a 93% chance of winning. Kamala Harris at a 6% chance of winning. Carrie Lake right now is 45% chance. Ruben Gallego is at 52%. Oh, here's a Battleground report from MSDNC. Let's see what they got to say.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office, he tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like, but he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and
I can't with
in.
MSDNC. They're like, you see this door over here? This is where they walk through the door, and then they walk over here. This is what they're reporting on. That door right there is where all the extra ballots come through.
And you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker.
What? You hear a loudspeaker? This woman is a extremely intelligent reporter. Guys.
Loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen.
Okay, polls, another set of polls close in about 42 seconds, guys. We are rocking. We are rocking. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Look at these guys. Oh, there's Mark Cuban again.
biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech.
Let's hear what Kevin O'Leary has to say.
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top.
IRL fighter.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process.
Yep.
And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And, you know, since they didn't have a process or a primary, and they just anointed Kamala Harris in this position, there's individuals that probably are a little bitter because they didn't have the opportunity to go through this process. One of them being probably Gavin Newsom. You know what he got? Kamala got shoot in there. He's probably like, yo, Auntie Pelosi, where's my shot? A person with the highest turnover rate than ever. Yeah, she had like a 93% turnover rate in her administration in the past 3.5 years, both as a VP and as AG. She's probably yelling at people right now.
U.S. Senate. Is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
I agree. You know, Cindy, I agree. Gavin Newsom would be awful. But I'm sure he's upset that he didn't even get to swing the bat. And then somebody who didn't even go to a primary gets anointed to be a presidential candidate for this election. All right, Michael, you have a nice night. We'll drop in with you tomorrow. She's making fake calls. I'll ping you on the if you happen to go to sleep, Rob, I'll ping you on the Discord.
By the way, how about that? In the United States Senate. And Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda, an agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
All right. Coyotes are outside. Nuts. So creepy. Yep. I don't have any coyotes out here, but where you're at. All right, let's see what Dorothy has. So far, Trump won the following states. Dorothy with the amazing statistics. Thank you so much, Dorothy. I'll keep this on the screen for a bit. What is my dog eating? Hey. My dog's eating
Senate
something.
candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closed.
All right, here's Poly Market. %, Trump, 93% it just dropped. Let's see what's going on with the Turks. Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah, absolutely. Young Turks. New York. New York says Trump has an 88% chance of winning, said Hillary was winning up until 9 p.m. election night, and then they flipped it to Trump. Let's see what's going on Twitters. On the X. I can't believe Adam Schiff is now senator. Yeah. Republicans are leading the House. Oh my gosh. Here's a report from CNN. It says CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence.
Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
I am feeling good about this.
Milwaukee.
I'm feeling good. Let's see who asked. Yeah, they know it's over. And Gina, you're welcome. 100%. CNN seems to be absolutely behind with all this also. The power of the gray skull. Let's see what else is going on the Twitters, on the X. Link Loren just posted Xanax and box wine currently being delivered to MSDNC studios. Okay, this is a report from, I don't know if this is old. It just got posted 11 minutes ago. Trump total domination in Pennsylvania right now. Trump driving up rurals, cutting into Dems margins in Philly and the suburbs.
And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now. Another. And
How long ago was this? 4 minutes ago. Okay, here's Cuomo. Oh, sorry, lost audio on that. There we go.
If this were a tectonic type plate shifting movement in this election, you'd start seeing changes in all the big population centers. What we're seeing emerge in the picture tonight is the polls have been basically on within their margin of error, but with each one of those outcomes, you outperform a little bit within that margin, you start racking up wins. And that's what we're seeing for Trump in terms of how he's performing in each of these areas. Again, not to be repetitive, but it all comes down to this time in the night when Harris has to start winning the big states, because she can really only make one more mistake in terms of losing a state and still winning this election.
I was looking at Wisconsin right now. Just as we started to your point, we're starting to get real numbers in now and get a sense of how they're going. And her margin of error is pretty much zilch.
If this were a
Twitter news has Trump at 214, Kamala at 153. Whew. This is getting let's check. Okay, so Polymarket, let me refresh Polymarket. Wow. 94% chance for Donald Trump win. Harris had a 4% chance win. Oof. Margie says Trump 261, Harris at 145. I'm going to jump into, let's see what we got on. I'd like to go to News Nation. Let's see what's cooking on Fox. News Nation wasn't loading up.
stance on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then it's going to.
Stephanie just sent this over right here. Harris projected to win California. We already knew that. New York, Illinois. Trump projected to win North Carolina. Trump projected to win Texas, Florida, Iowa. This PA one, the bottom, I like how it explains the states. Okay, cool. Thank you. Undecided Alaska, undecided Battleground state. Democrat win, Democrat. New Mexico's undecided, huh? The purple are mostly swings, so I'm nervous. So at the bottom of this, IRL flight simulator, purple means undecided battleground state. But I think I feel Nevada, he'll take Nevada. Nevada will go red, Arizona will go red, and PA. What do you guys think? New Mexico looks interesting. Yeah, especially this is interesting too. Alaska and New Mexico. Thank you for sending that. Let me see what else is on here. Okay. Yeah, this is Trump is leading in PA right now. Carrie Lake lost. Did she officially lose? AP hasn't called the race yet. Oof. Ruben Giego leads Carrie Lake. Sucks. Thank you, Dorothy, for the update. Arizona vote tally 49% expected for Trump. I just got the word. Is Wisconsin's recounting? Oh man. Yeah, keep it rocking, Dorothy. All right. All right. Pennsylvania is Trump's. Yeah. If it's official on PA for Trump, it's a wrap. Yeah, I don't have the sound on this yet. Yeah, I think Carrie Lake had an interview set up, right? Maybe.
Right now for the Peach State. Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially, you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see
You know
you
what
in the
that
morning.
reminds me of?
It's 4
Hillary
years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, you know, John Podesta came out and said, you know, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
It's
we're
going.
calling these states. So
And we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
So Kamala Harris's camp is going to bed. They're going to bed. It's very reminiscent to when Hillary went to bed, huh? Kamala fans are already leaving the venue. Figures. Per CNN, we'll get the next batch for Philly. 11:55 Eastern time. All right. That's what they said. They said, girl, she said it in a southern, girl, get some rest. Let's see what's going on X. Okay, we got Polymarket up. I'm going to refresh Polymarket. %94 chance for Donald Trump. Let's go. Oh, Link Loren was on Megyn Kelly. Let's jump onto that.
Has been on the floor tonight with these Kamala Harris returns because this is a referendum on the swamp, on the political Washington permanent state. They have spent the last month saying Donald Trump is a fascist, he's Hitler, if you support him, you're a Nazi, everybody who supports him is garbage, and guess what? It's still a competitive race. Kamala's not sweeping in a landslide, which tells us you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear with Kamala Harris. She is a very flawed candidate, and this is the death of the legacy media we're seeing right now, and we spoke about that all the time on the Kennedy campaign because we could barely get booked in the mainstream media. My jaw has been on the floor tonight with these Kamala.
Oh. We got some good. So look at this. We have Donald Trump, Dana White, and Elon Musk in Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to jump to PBD. Hold on. Let's see what's going on with PBD. Oh, they're just yeah, I think this is honestly, I think this is it's official. Did they get the results already? This is a sweep. This is a sweep. AP race call, Trump wins North Carolina. Okay. So this is from AP. Former President Donald Trump won Battleground State, North Carolina. Trump received 16 electoral votes, so it's official. Yeah, Cindy says the safest place to be is Mar-a-Lago. Former President Donald Trump won Battleground State of North Carolina. Okay. All right. Let's go.
They're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? You know, for years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering. that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time.
Hustler asked, what do you think the final count will be? I think this is just what I feel. This is just what I feel here. Let me pull up my I feel a close to 300, 296 to 242. This is just what I feel. If PA flips, it's a whole nother game. It's a whole nother game. Then we're looking at 315 to 223. What do you guys think? Call me crazy. Somebody says, call me crazy. Trump takes it, makes him the GOAT. Yeah, I think so. I'm guessing it'd be around 310 for Trump. This is Trump is PA already ahead 52 plus. Yep. Riots have started in Oregon. We already saw that. Catherine says she's thinking 320 for Trump. Oh, yeah, she won Virginia. Yeah, this is just what I'm seeing. Let me know if there's something on here that you guys are feeling differently. When we looked at that previous map, New Mexico and Alaska were undecided. They were purple. Yeah, let me know what they come back at, Justin. Dude, it is getting cold up in here, man. H is in the yeah. So if that's 5 electoral votes for Kamala. Still. Michigan, North Carolina, or Nevada. Who? See, they're saying Donald Trump at a Nevada win in Nevada, and then a Donald Trump win in Arizona. Okay, let's jump back into Fox. Oh.
broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
So, okay,
you have
all I'm saying
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works.
The only thing I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called
I just got word from a contact in Maricopa County, Arizona. Trump is winning by a thin margin. And my contact in Nevada, they have 0 in. This not. Why is there near 0 in Nevada?
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out, and that means because of Bernie Moreno and
I'm going to check the map right now. Let's check this map. Okay. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Whew. That's tight. Let me know if I got everything else right. So we got Wisconsin at 10 electoral votes, 287 to 251. Yeah, I was just doing if Harris takes these two up here. Dorothy with some more facts. Wisconsin, total valley, total tally 75 expected for Trump. Yo, what's up? What's up, Alex? All right. But he hasn't seen Monday morning when Trump Molina has. Okay. That's why I think 301 without Nevada. Let's flip Nevada. What did Doris? Yeah, Dorothy said Wisconsin vote tallies expect Donald Trump, so we got 10 electoral votes for Wisconsin. How does this look? This is 291 red, 247 blue. Trump is still leading PA. And then Jersey. All right.
So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this
Yeah, Wisconsin's doing a recount. Dorothy just said 93% chance expect for Donald Trump. All right. I wonder how the riots are doing out in Oregon. Eyes on Detroit. It's 11 p.m. Wire ballot boxes still arriving in Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates. Project Veritas. What is going on there? Tucker Carlson on X.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson asked Elon Musk, how much pressure has there been on you to shut down X?
Well, X is, I think, the one place where you can find out the truth.
Yes.
And
the only place.
Yeah.
So how much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
Here is some breaking news. Kamala Harris supporters are leaving the election event at Howard. They ran out of Chick-fil-A sandwiches and cigarettes. They're leaving. Let's see what Mark has to say
We can
on two-way.
continue to be talking about North Carolina, which has been projected for Trump by Decision Desk HQ, and I suspect others will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic pushback there. But if Donald Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all seven, and maybe 6 or 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana, so that means they're not projecting North Carolina. Now, there's one. Virginia also remains very close, but so does Iowa. And Iowa, of course, my friend Dan Seltzer said Kamala Harris was going to do well. It'd be crazy cuckoo if she won Iowa and lost all these others, and we'll have to start playing with if that becomes more real, we'll play with the Electoral College map. The exit polls continue to be a big story, and we may be looking at 2 implications if the exit polls are accurate of Donald Trump's strength with independents, with Black young men, with Hispanic voters, with young people, which would be he may have some coattails to bring in up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as many as 6 or 7 Republican senators winning Democratic held seats. And we may be talking about a Trump realignment, which is in some ways more profound than what he did in 2016. Because if he adds to the white working class realignment, young people, Hispanic voters, Black voters, and independents, now we're talking about a realignment that's seriously profound.
Oh boy, out here in Clark County, here we go. I just got off of my source from Maricopa County in Arizona. Election day, ballot boxes are starting to arrive at Clark County, which is a place here in Nevada. Here we go. This was 12 minutes ago. I don't know what took them so dang long. Get out the way, dude. Mind you, they currently right now, Nevada has a 0 count. All right, here's our friend Joy Reid. She's now blaming white women for Kamala's poor performance. Gosh, why don't you just blame your candidate?
It's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough.
So her doing blackface didn't work, I guess. She's been running her campaign for the first half of her campaign. If you guys remember correctly, she was running and she was Black. But we've discovered through Candace Owens that she's Jewish, Irish, and Hindu. We already knew that. And Donald Trump had said, I didn't know she was black. She just started running as she was black. So I guess Joyless Reed is like, oh, it's the white women now.
Enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's...
Yeah. Zadie says she's literally the definition of racist, Joy Reid. Z says they got to blame somebody else. Yeah. They don't want to blame the actual, they don't want to blame Kamala Harris. Good. So embarrassing on all the different accents she used. How many accents did she use, guys? She probably used at least 9 different accents throughout this presidential campaign. Jenny says, Candace says she's not even black. Yeah, she's not. I don't want to get into race politics, but I have no new reports beyond Portland riots, but still keep them watched. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see what else is going on the intro webs. Oh, this is exclusive right now. This is exclusive. Happening right now at the Harris camp. Liberal meltdown. This is happening. They ran out of Chick-fil-A and cigarettes and Doritos. I thought Kamala Harris was going to get the big box of nacho cheese Doritos and hand it out to everybody.
Trump, so there goes that.
Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. A little comedic relief from Chunky Yogurt over here.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong. Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So because Kamala Harris is not winning.
Oh man. Oh man. The internet's forever. Alex Jones is doing a stream without his shirt on. Guy's looking ripped, by the way. Let's see what else is going on. Voters are still at the polls in Burlington County, New Jersey. It's midnight.
I'm kind of disappointed at how long we've been waiting outside, but I realized the importance of me being here. We got a nice crowd, some music going. We got some free pizza, so I'm hanging in there. I waited all this time. I'm not going to stop now.
Determined to stick it out. The wait continues. You can see this line now entering that hallway there, though once they get inside, it does wrap around more. So almost midnight, and the wait continues for these voters here in Burlington County.
She's doing an ASMR while she's waiting, while she's interviewing pollsters. See if there's any more updates here.
Kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina.
Let's see what Miss Bash has to say.
For Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah.
As old as Biden is, you can't outrun him. He's like Jason Voorhees. Just keeps up and keeps getting going. Let's see what's going on with Fox here. It says too early to call.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down to
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed.
232 Trump, 216 based on Fox. I think Newsmax would probably have it higher. Newsmax will probably have it around 250 on Newsmax.
And inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at now, for some
Good news here, unconfirmed. GA has been called for Trump. Unconfirmed though, unconfirmed, guys.
them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility.
I'm going to jump into news. I'm going to jump into Newsmax.
History we all need to kind of get
This is the old, you're a Republican, you just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
with a lot of people. We're seeing that this
And
year.
there's two dynamics also happening that we're seeing in other states. We'll see if this replicates in Michigan as well. The rural turnout, massive for
Yes.
Donald Trump. That helps it in helping out in basically balancing off what's happening in the urban areas. But in addition to that, 12% of Michigan's population, union voters.
That's right. I
And
was
that
thinking
is going to be the area where Donald Trump has made massive inroads again into this area. Look, I'm really proud of the Republican Party. The Republican Party, for too long, would not go into these communities, the Muslim communities, even the Hispanic communities and the Black communities. And I think President Trump and the campaign put it all on the table and said, we're going to go into all these communities and make our case. And literally winning with the message is why we're seeing the results I believe we're seeing
when
in
you
these,
knit this together,
in these districts.
all this coalition together, you knit all these people together. A lot of establishment Republican consultants, they hate all this stuff, this niche politics and everything else, but it really, really works. People feel like they've lost their voice with cancel culture, that if you're a person of faith, your voice doesn't count. And so when Donald Trump and his surrogates tell them, no, you'll have a seat at the table, it's very powerful. I think that's, we talk a lot about Blacks and Hispanics, but there are other LDS or other communities
That was another one. You're right about that.
Yeah.
And the LDS.
I'm going to check Polymarket. So they have Trump winning the popular vote 91%, Kamala Harris at a popular vote at 9%, presidential election winner Donald Trump 97%, and Harris at 3%. 1 minute ago, 96.6% chance. Look at that pot. Yeah, Dorothy says now Dana Bash wants to talk about the economy. Yeah, that's hypocrites. Yeah, I agree with you there. Lori, I always told my son, if you unzip it, be prepared to support it. They're leaving the election night party. Harris says, oh my gosh. Get this. Harris, I don't know if I could play this. It's 11 seconds. I'll give it a swing. I'll give it a swing. Listen to what they're playing.
They're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible.
They're playing Diddy music at the Harris camp. Of course they would. CNN says all Detroit, Michigan officials are counting all their outstanding votes and will release the results at the same time. It will happen any moment now. This was 5 minutes ago. So let's jump back into Newsmax. That was 5 minutes ago. Yeah, of course they are, right? Of course they're playing it. Fox has her in the lead in AZ.
Scottsdale, Arizona, Kilmeny, Dukart, and Novi with Michigan, and John Huddy at headquarters, Trump headquarters, and James Rosen. We have reporters everywhere at Harris campaign headquarters. All right, welcome back everybody to our Newsmax special election. America decides. I mean, this is huge. You just don't know. This would be the comeback of the century. The comeback of the century. All right. Do you get goosebumps?
2 centuries, because it really hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland. I've been reading a lot about Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland is no Donald Trump. Let me tell you, this is an amazing thing. I mean, it's not over yet.
They
but
did
I feel
everything they could to take him out.
it's a story like it's a fiction novel.
Right.
Right. This election of 2020, which was unlike anything we ever saw. We all remember that night. Mercy and I were at the White House that night. Crazy. And then they try to put him in jail, right? And then they try to take all of his money. They prosecute him in all these states. Then DOJ gets weaponized, and Joe Biden uses, it's not his DOJ, by the way, but he thought it was, and used his DOJ to go after his political opponent. And then he was going to be in jail. He was supposed to be in jail at this time, and he would be campaigning for president, which is why everyone said, how does he do all these rallies? In his head, he always knew that they thought he was going to be in prison. So he's like, I've got freedom. I'm going to use every moment I have of freedom. I'm not even going to golf.
And even when he was chained basically to a courthouse here in New York City, right? He was going to the Bronx. He was going to the bodegas. He was going to Harlem. He was going to Queens, everywhere in New York City.
And then the establishment Republicans in D.C. said, oh, he's going to, be a weight on all these congressional candidates. He's going to be a weight on all these Senate candidates. You're going to see a series of additional Senate wins, I believe, tonight. He wasn't a weight. He actually pulled them over the finish line. So everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it. But now he's got this, if he wins the presidency, which I believe he will, but I'm not the person that gets to call these states. If I was, I'd have a lot more fun right now. But when he gets this job, it's also going to be a daunting task to take on the swamp. All the people try to put him in prison and get to work without letting it be a personal vendetta thing, but just do what the country needs.
But I think he has experience now. He knows what to
He
expect.
does.
Catch you later, Rob. Get some rest. I know you got to work in the morning. Yeah, I think this is going to be. I think we'll look at this. So Trump count 248. Again, this is Newsmax. Oh, Maricopa County counts are in. 248 Harris, or 248 Trump, 213 Harris.
Maricopa County. Harris actually overperforming where Biden was. Donald Trump kind of hovering about where he was in 2020. The same thing in Tucson, but there are a lot of votes that have yet to come in here in Arizona. I've also been taking a look here at where we are in Pennsylvania, because PA is just, as you know, I mean, there's so many dynamics at play in PA. But when you take a look at Philadelphia County, which is the city of Philadelphia, and then also Montgomery and Chester and Delaware County. So this whole area here, these Philadelphia suburbs, consistently what we've been seeing is Kamala Harris underperforming by about a point or two, Donald Trump overperforming his 2020 numbers by about a point or two. So Donald Trump continues to be ahead in the state of Pennsylvania by about 150,000 votes. And if you want to head to Wisconsin, let's see where we are there at this hour. Donald Trump ahead 51.2 to Harris's 47.3. And again, in the city of Milwaukee, Donald Trump seems to be overperforming where he was in 2020. And remember, this is a game of inches in these states. They're not going to be big blowouts. This could still come down to a few thousand votes in a few counties in a couple of states as to who actually breaks through in that blue wall. Well, we're going to continue to track all of this throughout the night.
I think we're going to hear 270 real soon.
All along is you had this great Republican news in the Southern.
I think we're going to hear this really soon. Let's go Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'm sure President Trump, man, he went on. I was actually going to cover the final rally, but it was so late, and he didn't get out of there until 3 a.m. Hopped on a plane, flew to Florida, got there at 5, woke up at 10 for breakfast. This guy is an absolute machine. Unless Philly pulls out 110% of the vote. Let's see what else we got. We're just waiting. We're waiting for the counts for PA. I would say PA, Nevada, AZ, and then it's a wrap. CNN just openly admits Kamala Harris is getting destroyed.
Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. But try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's
That's the county where
your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will
Yeah.
fill one hand in the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States. You use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two
So-
observations?
So I
based
just
on
want
this?
to
Yeah.
want to come back into your comment.
Oh my goodness!
I want to come back to your comment. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look, I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind. And that came up. I can tell you I was on the road for 15 months and that.
Thank you, Dorothy. You absolutely rock. Vote tallies for Arizona. 50% chance expected to vote for Donald Trump. Whew. And then she tallied up California. We are rocking tonight, guys. MSDNC is baffled that working class Americans would vote for Donald Trump. What? What world, what timeline are they living in?
Increasingly a Republican vote. I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans.
If they have any policies, Kamala Harris hardly came out with any policies. She copy and pasted Joe Biden's policies, placed it on her website 2 days after the debate. You guys remember that crap that she tried to pull. And honestly, the mainstream media is being flushed down the toilet with all these hoaxes and lies on fries. Pennsylvania is expected to be announced.
The blue wall should be being called for her, or at least.
Let me run to Fox real quick.
Rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right? Where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's, it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given the
party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration. And yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier, the Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going?
Yeah, Jessica needs to go to bed. She's just making up excuses now. Oh, man. I have faith in Michigan, too. People in Michigan, grassroots people, have been working hard in Michigan for years to turn it red. This is what Justin says. I pray for them. This is an interesting point, and I agree with Thomas on this. The fact that these elections are so close speaks just how divided America actually is.
Really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter. What it means if little boys are playing a little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever got there. We've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
CNN is reporting Trump has 118K lead in GA with 100K left to count. CNN is realizing that the margin in GA is bigger than the uncounted votes.
All right. So Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah.
Which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, this is Harris HQ. Hold up.
Party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some
Up
movement.
over 6 points. Yeah, up over 6 points.
I don't think she's accepting the loss either. It is very reminiscent to Hillary Trump.
In Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot. It's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. The Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win.
Cindy says, how disrespectful to the campaign workers to send someone out there. And she didn't say it. Yep. CBS reports Trump wins GA. Let's run over to CBS. Let's see what's going on with CBS. It's buffering too much. Let's check CNN.
One of the things that we started out the evening with was about the women, the question about whether or not women were going to come out.
I can't listen to Dana Bash anymore. Sorry, guys. Can't do it. Can't listen to her. Let's go to MSDNC.
Who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge. And a country that if
The math ain't mathing, baby girl.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called. But as you say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count these votes and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks, Howard, you can see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now, while we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math, sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving. And they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing. And this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team. And I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know. And Jenna Melly Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden. And then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment. And maybe still hopeful too. But I've been thinking a lot.
Trump at 246. And this is MSDNC polls. Trump at 246. Kamala at 189. Z says coochie greens. Twitter, Fox reporting there is hostility in the Harris camp. Comments given to Fox are so hostile they can't repeat them on camera as I spit out an almond. Wow. Wow.
Who could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and that must be counted because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia, VPN or maybe in Russia calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, to minority, Black, and indigenous.
Girl, you ain't changing math. For Harris to win PA, almost 100% of the remaining votes would have to come in for her. Yep.
So that's
Oh,
number
man, look
one,
at
and
this
we were
guy. He
committed
looks
to that. And I wish
toasted.
everyone was committed to that, but we've learned not everyone is. Full stop.
Why are you saying that? You sound like you're defending against something that other people are doing wrong.
I think there are a lot of folks out there that don't care about that, and so either
Don't care about the real result. They want to jump to it before we know it. I got you. Okay.
So that full stop. Then there's the journalism of what we're seeing right now in the last 10 minutes, and we are seeing where both campaigns are at, which doesn't mean they know the future, which is why I so laboriously made that point. But we've seen Donald Trump think he might win re-election and sound like that, and he lost. We saw the Hillary Clinton campaign. I say this in the most bipartisan way possible. on election even 16 really think they were going to win. So that's not predictive or dispositive, as the lawyers would say, but I stopped practicing. So it doesn't mean anything really, but I will say in reporting it, what we just saw from the Harris campaign looks like their expectation is more pessimistic than optimistic. Yeah. We didn't see them bring out.
Wow. Wow. That is huge. Shout out to MSDNC for actually reporting news. Wow. Kudos to you guys. Kudos.
The only time he's quiet and talks about things being fair is if he thinks he's already won.
Right. Yes.
When it's uncertain, he accuses everyone of cheating and undermines people's trust in this, which is unfortunate. And when he's losing, he's the loudest. And we all were at this table late night last cycle when we know in the end he lost, and he came out and did that. And so I just want to observe, and I'm sure many other people can add insights to this, that the Harris campaign sounds like that. And he is as quiet as we've seen him.
Yeah, that I think that's exactly what we're all observing is kind of the vibes that you're seeing from people rush out of a venue that you just saw Cedric Richmond speak at, and not Kamala Harris saying, I'm so proud to be the next president of the United States. I'm sure, well, I would bet, I should say, to be accurate, that they had debates internally, and you referenced this. Yeah. Should she go out and to speak? Should Tim Walz go out and speak? And there are different choices you make on campaigns. And this is not reflective of what the outcome is necessarily going to be. But in 2004, John Edwards went out and spoke, right?
You know, they sent Edwards out.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We all thought he was the great next hope. We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
Him from my memory.
Right, I know.
It's like he didn't exist.
I'm returning him back. I'm sorry about that. You know, we saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also.
They are. They're very somber. They got they told people to leave. If they wanted to keep people, like Driving for Bill said, they have Beyonce perform. You know, bring Jay-Z out. They'll stay for another 6 minutes. Maybe some more sandwiches. Denial.
Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, you know, we were looking.
Honestly, I keep bringing this up because I got to say, Mark Cuban is looking more and more like Rachel Maddow every single day. Trump gaining in Nevada.
Said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do. We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
coming
Good job.
by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Got a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. So we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. And I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Data to report there. And then you see the 248. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight, Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more trading will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult.
What are you cooking up, man? Yeah, exactly. What you cooking up? Let's check New York. So we got New York.
New York, all right. 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's.
Z says, what's next for Kamala? What do you guys think? What's next for Kamala? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Kamala after this. S says the Rehab. Shelly says rehab, adult film industry, McDonald's. SNL. Maybe she'll write another book where maybe she can write a book about finding her actual grandma. I still can't believe this. 60 million people voted for her. It's crazy. The Crackling Hen House. She'll write a book called The Book of Lies, AA. Pick up trash. Unburdened by what has been. Yeah, honestly, she might go on The View. That is a legitimate path for her. The View. Acting. Honestly, she's a better actor than J-Lo. 60 million dummies. She can move in with Hillary.
lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the...
See you later, Jenny. Have a nice night. If Trump gets 270 tonight and wins popular vote, Whoopi and Joy, yeah, they will. They'll have a freak out. No Diddy, but like a mental freak out. Let's see. We are at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. Based on Fox. Based on Fox. Fox is at 248. I'm going to jump into Newsmax to see what they got. Let's see what Newsmax got.
This is, this is very tight.
It's stunning.
Yeah.
Very tight. 50.9, 49.1. McCormick leading. But again,
they have Trump at 251 on Newsmax. Harris 213. 6 from Nevada would bring that up to 257. And then 11 from Arizona would bring that $268. And let's just say Alaska, that would bring it over the top at 270.
Alaska goes to Donald Trump.
There we
He's got
go.
56% of the vote right now. That is a solid red state. Hawaii is solid blue state. So that's what happens on the 49th and 50th states. All right, let's go to John Huddy. He is at Trump headquarters tonight in Florida. John, I think it sounds a little bit different there than it does at Kamala Harris's.
Yeah, that's right. The audio is cutting out right now, but I can tell you this. There's definitely been some movement here within the last 15 minutes. There's been a noticeable increase in Secret Service. And also, some Trump staff members came out onto the stage, basically readying the podium, getting the teleprompter ready, bringing out the Trump fence sign, putting it on the podium to a big chair among the crowd here. And we were told about 30 minutes ago that the Trump motorcade was going to be en route and that he would be here within 30 minutes. So we have reached that period of time. I just talked to a senior advisor to former President Trump who said that he will be en route shortly if he isn't already. So we are expecting the former president to be here to more than likely either watch the results coming in with all the folks here, with all the supporters, with Trump surrogates who we've seen, with advisors who have now been on the ground really over the last hour and a half. I've seen more people coming from Mar-a-Lago that were at the viewing party there, coming to the watch party here, really the headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center. You know, this as the numbers continue to come in, we're watching those as you guys have been talking about in those battleground states. You know, Florida was called quite a while ago, you know, looking at kind of the breakdown in the numbers, the breakdown of the voting in South Florida, and then nationally as well, the Hispanic vote, the black vote. I was talking to a senior advisor from Georgia who's looking at what the black vote turnout this year was. He believes it's probably pretty good in Georgia. But again, we're kind of waiting on those numbers. But definitely some movement here as we're waiting the arrival of former President Trump and his comments, his remarks to the crowd here. Guys, back to you.
All right, senior correspondent John Huddy, thank you so much for that. I just saw another report here that the Amish came out in droves to vote in Pennsylvania.
They did. I posted that in the comment section or in the community section on YouTube. Michelle says, "We got this." The Amish are coming out in drones. Justin, the Florida party looks a lot more exciting than the Harris camp. So we are at, where are we at? We are at 260. Arizona at 11 electoral votes will put it up to 277. Just got Alaska.
Life goes. You're sometimes not ready for the big moments because you haven't, paid your dues.
I think more than cocky, I think the obsession with the Trump derangement syndrome. And then you had the media institutions really trying to dismantle and destroy Trump and the MAGA movement. I think it's backfired. This is where you've seen the American people stand up and say, I do not believe in the propaganda, leftist propaganda that you're pushing in the media world, and we don't trust you. And they just want to go back to normal. And normal is a prosperous economy, a secure border, and making sure that we don't have these endless wars. And that's where Donald Trump clearly defined that message early on.
Rob, can you see why I fell in love with her?
I think
obvious,
I'm falling in love with you. I mean, you saw day one when they said he's going to be a dictator on day one, and they took that little comment out of context. He said, "Drill, baby, drill," and it just goes on and on. And then, I dream about putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. I mean, you saw it from ABC News to Rolling Stone. It went on and on.
Tonight, Liz Cheney put herself in the
Tom
position.
Vasili, you've got some numbers, it looks like, over there. You're like pointing the finger going, come on.
I've been waiting for Nevada
finally Nevada
for hours now, and we finally have some numbers in the state that is home to Las Vegas. And here we are in Clark County. Let's take a look right now. 80%, almost 80% of the vote in Clark County. And it's even. I would suggest that's probably a very good position for Donald Trump.
Very good.
Right now, the county that is home to Reno, this Washoe County, 62% in. Again, very tight right there. And then we have Douglas County, Donald Trump way ahead.
Oh, we got Mr. Van Jones. We got Mr. Van Jones melting down. Oh man, I got to jump into this.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite, who are hurting tonight. There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women.
Van Jones is crying. Oh my God. Didn't Donald Trump, Mr. Van Jones, help you with criminal justice reform and opportunity zones? Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. These people are gonna wake up. Boo. Oh my gosh. Over dramatic drama queen. See what else is going on here.
I just came off the young.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what Chunky Yogurt has to say here. I got to stop calling these guys bad names, man. I got to.
So right now, as things stand, I just came off the Young Turks show where I lit into the Democratic Party. Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them. They've cost us election after election. They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown, total moron, con man, Donald Trump. So if you lose to a buffoon like Donald Trump twice, what does that make you? So right now, as things stand, I just came off the Young Turks show.
Salty tears. Oh man. Here we go. Here we go. Looks like a 2-day-old avocado. I'm going to refresh this. Live look at Kamala Harris watch party. Oh man, these people look sad. These people look sad. Let me see if they called it. Hold on.
Race has not been called yet. Georgia went for Donald Trump. North Carolina went for Donald Trump. We had called that fairly early. But we still have outstanding votes. It looks right now like Wisconsin, maybe even Michigan and Pennsylvania are leaning towards Donald Trump. You still have Philadelphia. You still have Detroit and Milwaukee. So things could shift. But right now, I'll send it over to Tom Basile. But right now, it looks pretty good.
Oh, well, let's take a look at the lay of the land here as we're waiting the former president to take the stage. Kamala Harris at 213 electoral votes. Donald J. Trump, 251. So he's inching his way closer. Here are the states that we haven't called. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, and then Hawaii. Hawaii is expected to go for Kamala Harris, but we haven't called that as yet. But we're getting closer, as I explained in the previous segment, perhaps in Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania. There's just a lot of vote coming in, and Pennsylvania has to continue to count. Nevada, right now, Donald Trump is ahead in the state of Nevada and in Arizona as well. But that's where we are at 1:20 a.m. And it looks like we're going to hear from the 45th president of the United States in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Elon Musk has already shown up with one of his children on his shoulders.
What letter is the child?
There is a contrast here happening in these two campaigns, right? So former Biden official Cedric Richmond came out, basically said, go home. This is very similar to what happened in 2016 when John Podesta, who was Clinton's campaign chairman, also came out and said they're still counting votes. Very similar. Here you have Donald Trump coming out and giving, I believe, will be a very interesting, stay with us. We got to
It's also interesting because Podesta then left the stage and then they cooked up Russian collusion, which we talked about for 4 years. So I'm hoping, like you said, Kamala Harris did go to bed and they're not cooking up some kind of reason why she was denied a big victory tonight. And like I said, we need complete transparency on this process, video cameras on all of these ballots. Let's keep it clean and let's get this answer.
And to our knowledge, there's been no phone call from anyone, from Kamala Harris. She has not conceded, obviously, but you don't know. There have been times before anything goes public that a candidate will call the other candidate and say,
The good news is that in Pennsylvania, you got to keep counting. Once you start counting, you got to keep counting. That, I think, is going to be interesting to watch. But I think just getting Pennsylvania is not going to be enough. It doesn't close that gap for Donald Trump to get to that 270 number. It does get closer.
Yeah, I'm looking at a live look online here of the crowd there in West Palm Beach, the Trump campaign headquarters. It is absolutely. Let's go to John Huddy there. Quite a different mood there compared to what we saw at Kamala Harris, which the party is over now.
Yeah, guys,
but it looks like it's just getting started.
Went up in the crowd as the numbers from Pennsylvania came out showing Trump winning Pennsylvania. So obviously the energy just went up a huge notch here at the Trump campaign election viewing party. Again, as I said earlier, the podium has been readied. We are expecting former President Trump to be here at any moment to address the crowd. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Judge in PA got caught in violation of ballot oversight. It's breaking on Truth Social and X. All right.
We are calling it 124
of the United States.
It's Newsmax projecting President Trump. President Trump has been reelected.
Well, we'll redo the math. Well, we think so. But also, I have talked to somebody in Michigan, and they are feeling very good about where Donald Trump is and where Mike Rogers is, and they feel like they will win Michigan, both of them. So again, there are votes to count, but they're looking at their projections of where the votes still are. And according to their math, they feel very good in Michigan that Trump will win, but also Mike Rogers will win. So this could
Great
be
news.
a huge sweep if you look at those three states, Pennsylvania. We'll start calling it the red wall states.
Well, you just heard also John Huddy there, what he was saying, that they showed it up on the screen and the crowd started cheering. And of course, President Trump is expected to speak momentarily. So,
I mean, I think there's a bit of a shock factor.
I know,
we're like kind of just waiting to see what's going to happen here. Obviously, with still Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada not yet being called, but this obviously would be huge for Donald Trump. In addition to what happens with Dave McCormick, will he get the win as well?
That's exactly right. I mean, these all of these states are.
I'm going to check. I'm just
They're
going to
all
confirm
trending in the right
quick.
direction. They haven't all been called yet, but this is it is shocking.
It is shocking.
okay, so if he
There we go.
say he did
Election.
win, we're projecting he won Pennsylvania. Is there another
We're projecting
path
Pennsylvania?
to victory? Nothing. It's
That's it.
270.
He gets
It's done.
it.
That's it.
It's done.
His path earlier was if he held his states that he won in 4 years ago and flipped Georgia and Pennsylvania, that was it. And he flipped Georgia, and looks like we're projecting
For
he
sure.
flipped Pennsylvania.
So is it possible that's why Kamala Harris decided not to speak? She had her internal polling. She knew this was about to happen. What do you? I mean, we're all speculating at this point because this is.
Where's
this
the
is
drum roll?
Look, I think the key is here. He got Georgia. He got North Carolina. Those were the two big states that we know that Kamala Harris was really trying to spend a lot of time in. Pennsylvania just really, I mean, she underperformed in the Philly area. She underperformed in Pittsburgh, obviously in Erie County. It just seems that's where we are.
That's it. No,
exactly
I mean,
where we are, 270.
the math is the math. I mean, she could win everything else. Donald Trump still wins the presidency. That's the number. And I don't think she is going to win everything else, because I think some of these other states are going to go.
You know what's
to
funny?
Donald Trump.
When we saw the graphic
Let's
pop up,
go!
I was hesitant to say it because you just this is a
on
guy who's been
X,
shot
here we
at.
go.
You know, he almost died. Think about it. By the grace of God, he
Big
just
Daddy,
happened to
do
move
that.
his head ever so slightly, and it grazed his ear instead of piercing his brain. And he's been prosecuted politically. I mean, the DOJ weaponized against him. They call him a rapist. They call him a convicted felon. Look what they did to him. And here he is, been reelected to the highest office in the land. It's incredible. And he was
According
up against a giant machine,
RSBN,
the propaganda
Trump got
machine, the
270.
legacy
Let's
media that was
go.
hell-bent on calling him a dictator and any other bad name you can think of.
And before this even happened, any of that happened, they tried to prevent him from being on the ballots in all of these different states. That's how it started.
Well, so that's why I'm in shock.
The most incredible political comeback we've really ever seen. I can't even think of any historical examples of what this is. Not just because it's so improbable to come back and win a second term.
Right.
There was the crazy election of 2020, COVID, but also what America's going through. What we are dealing with
Let's
as a
jump
country,
into
the issues that we're dealing with. This
RSBN.
And right here, Right Side Broadcasting Network projects that President Donald J. Trump has won the swing state of Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania won by President Donald J. Trump. 19 electoral votes. When Bobby read about Georgia, I understand where you're coming from now. RSBN right here.
There we go. There we go. I'm going to stick around to watch Trump speak. I'm going to jump into a couple of these things right here.
A lot of votes still out there. No plan.
This is Harris HQ.
A lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier a lot of
Bam, bam, ba, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Let's see what else is trending real quick. As soon as Donald Trump speaks, I'm going to listen to him speak. Oh, here we go. The memes are already flowing. The memes are flowing.
Going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
There we go. You're fired. Oh, they're flowing. They're flowing hot right now. These memes are flowing in already. Fox just called PA for Trump. Trump is winning Pennsylvania. This white dudes for Harris meltdown.
Don't piss off.
Here we go. White dudes for Harris. Oh, you guys know I'm going to come in hot with the memes tomorrow.
I can't believe Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck. 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 God.
Oh, man. Oh, they're coming in hot right now. Happening right now. Here we go.
Call 1-900-9099 cry. Call 1-900-9099.
Donald Trump's expected to speak here shortly. They shut off the TVs at Harris HQ. All right, guys. This was great. Early night. Okay.
President of the United States, now going to be the 47th President of the United States. Mercedes Schlapp, you worked in 45's White House. Your thoughts on this dramatic comeback?
Well, and I worked in the campaign 2020, so I got to tell you, when we saw these projected numbers in Pennsylvania and projecting Donald Trump's victory, wow, we were in complete shock. We didn't think it was going to be called so quickly, but it clearly shows that in Pennsylvania he made so many inroads in these cities, in Philadelphia and Bucks County. Then you look up in Erie County where he won that county, which was so critical. It is really a victory for the American people. It is a victory for democracy. It is a victory for the greatness of America. And I got to tell you, this historic moment, it's just the beginning of what we know is going back to what worked in Donald Trump's presidency, which was a strong economy, a strong border, and knowing that, you know, he had the backs of the American people.
Yeah, Matt, you know, of course, we know that the Kamala Harris campaign
I'm
sent
feeling
everybody
good.
home. They said that she would be speaking tomorrow. Do you anticipate that maybe a phone call will be happening tonight, however?
You know, I've long ago given up trying to get inside Kamala Harris's brain. I don't know what she's thinking.
You can't get in Kamala Harris's brain.
It
There's
probably would have
nothing
made
in
sense.
it.
Even in 2000, Ed will remember, you know, Gore called Bush an unconceited or whatever he did. So there was.
He was
those-
driving to the concession site in Nashville, as I recall.
and
Is
then
that
he
right?
changed-
And then he stopped.
He changed his mind, and we were all out there in the streets of Austin because I worked on that game, ready to get awfully excited. I just want to reiterate what my wife said. It's been a heck of a voyage for 8 years for the country. It's been a voyage for our marriage, for our family, for our children. A lot of people, this is a very emotional moment for them because when you stood with Donald Trump 8 years ago,
So good.
It was great to stand with him, first of all.
So good. I'm going to jump onto some other networks to see. Oh, man, this was fantastic. Oh. Here we go.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
There we go. Rob, you rock, man. This was history in the making. So awesome. Like, I am fired up right now. I'm excited to hear Donald Trump speak. It is going to be epic. Rob, you rock. All the moderators rock. Everybody in the chat. Super awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely going to slay some memes tomorrow. Pamela, you are welcome. You are welcome, Rue Good Nurse. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I'm gonna still with one eye open a little bit because I know, but I'm sleeping good. We got this. I'm excited. I can't even get my words out. Oh man, I'm so grateful too. I don't even have to listen to Kamala anymore. Oh man. My IQ's gonna go up a lot of points from not watching Kamala do interviews. I'll be able to articulate my words again. It's going to be great. Yes, this was a great evening. You guys are awesome. Let's see what's going on the intro webs, because the math ain't going math for Kamala. Kamala, you're fired. Here we go. Here is some more. I'm going to bring the good news. The good news.
Decision Desk HQ can now project that former President Donald Trump will be our next president, the 47th president of the United States. DDHQ projects Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Having just predicted that he will win Alaska, that will put him at 270, and that will win the Electoral College.
Oh, man. This is fantastic. Let's check what's going on. Fox. What a great night, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. No, it is a commercial. Oh, here we go. You guys remember this lady, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. The memes are flowing. I'm going to be making some memes. All right, let's see what's Fox. I'm going to go back to Fox. All right, as soon as Fox jumps on, I think they're going to have the best coverage. Too big to rig. Good job, everybody. Good job. It really was. Next election. Rob's already looking at the next election. I'm still recovering from this one. Rob says next election, let's make sure we put Vance in the White House. I agree with that. I agree with that. Let me see if MSN called it. Let's see if MSDNC, let me see if MSDNC calls it. What an epic night, guys. It was so awesome to get to spend time with you guys on this. History. We made history right here.
Results 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan, there's still a lot of counties here where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland.
As soon as they start talking about the election, because they're gonna try to burn some airtime here. They're gonna try to burn some airtime here. Yeah, me too, Rob. Man, the last 4 years have been what a horrible presidency, right? Same thing with Vice President Kamala Harris, voted one of the worst vice presidents of all time. And I don't even know how she's in this position, you know? Oh, great, right here. We stood. I love it. Oh, here we go.
The vote statewide. Remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day vote tonight, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation.
These guys are just burning airtime. They're like, we paid for airtime. We're going to burn it. They're going to start making poutang on, what is that? What's that fries? With the fries and the gravy, they're going to start making pancakes on air just to burn some airtime.
Also, let's move up Nevada.
Yeah.
Okay, again, now in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, like Arizona,
Sam
it may
Brown
not be
get
quite
it?
as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. And I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, here we go.
Talk about some of the uncalled presidential states.
Yeah.
Can we talk about you had focused in on New Jersey a little while ago? I'd be interested in New Jersey, also in New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places.
All right. That's enough with these guys. Let me see if Is RBN already showing it? I don't think he's quite there yet. There's this meme I can't show you guys right now, but Kamala Harris will now be making a speech. All right, let's go to, I'll post it on the Discord. It was a meme about Kamala Harris starting an OnlyFans account.
My gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger.
That was Rachel Maddow, aka Mark Cuban.
When you see these voter analysis numbers, that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got
Common
to
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Britt Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds.
Take a moment real quick.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and
thank God,
Katie Pavlich.
and,
Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration.
It's going to take
You've
30
seen
seconds or so to-
all, you can see the joy on all these.
This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't
Wanted to
seen the
thank you
party
guys
bring in a very
also.
long time. And
You guys
that's
are
due to
awesome.
the former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks.
I'm just going to grab some water. I'll
And
be right back.
Before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey
about to
Gowdy said
find
something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has.
I'm back. I had to grab some water real quick. Thank you so much, Michelle. Love you. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the support. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yep. I'm calling. I'll give him about a week. Yes, thank you too. I appreciate you. You've been spot on. I appreciate you too. I appreciate everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. This community is, you guys are all rock stars. We did it. Billy says Wisconsin just called for Trump. Oh, I'm so glad I don't have to listen to that voice and cackle for 4 years. Real good nurse. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're awesome. Yeah, this is an absolute beautiful soul family, 100%.
What the president, incoming president, is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary. And Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking.
Listen to this crowd, guys.
The 47th President of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
It's a low volume. Is Rob going to bed? Good night, Rob. Thank you so much. Fox News confirms. Libs are losing their wigs. Babylon B just posted, America's unburdened itself for what has been. All right.
They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him.
Wow. My daughter is 7 and she tried to stay up as long as she could. Would love to see JD. Yeah. I think they're going to show it here. What a great night. This fantastic night.
You can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
If you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50. So it's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to.
Cindy says, I'm not sure this great news has sunk in yet. Oh, man. Yep, me either. Once he speaks, it'd be the cherry. It's going to be the cherry on top. I've had a walking pneumonia for 3 weeks, and now I can finally breathe now. Yeah. I love this. Thank you for sharing this, by the way. We, the people, have spoken.
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. And so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes. And then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup.
Yeah, just do it tonight.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kaylee worked with is going to work with a certain.
You know, I think she should just concede tonight, make the speech, get it over with. What is she going to do? To sleep tonight? You know, what? They're going to eat the rest of the Chick-fil-A sandwiches. Maybe Doug's going to slap her around a little bit. I don't know. Come out. Don't be a sore loser. Speak to the people that have been supporting you, and then let the winner have their moment. I agree with that. She's crying in her Doritos. That's what Michelle says. Considering how close the race actually is, calling a winner came rather quickly. Mm-hmm.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute. And I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcast, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck, or, you know, President Trump at McDonald's? These viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like?
Joy Reid having a
It's a broad
meltdown?
coalition. It's an exciting coalition, and I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, you know, limit on credit card interest rate. That's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, yeah, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, you know, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee,
Patrick.
autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive.
Patrick, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate you. Now that Bidenomics is over, yes, this is gonna be. I'm excited. Thank you so much, Patrick, for the super chat. I really appreciate you.
But you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung.
Yeah, we got to watch The View in the morning.
Clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help.
Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. CNBC. Let's go to MSN. MSN.
Next phase. I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose. To vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election.
Exactly.
In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity.
Mm-hmm.
People knew him as a television star. People knew him from TV, and that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. calling a powerful woman the B word, his running mate calling Kamala
These
Harris
people just
garbage
lie.
trash.
They lie so bad. Let's see what Miss Bash is up to.
Probable. You come over here to Wisconsin again.
Oh man,
119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has, but it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last two elections, and Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes.
Guys,
so again, you're
what
looking
is
at what's
CNN
left.
doing?
You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes according to congressional district. Kamala Harris will get one of them. Donald Trump will get another one of them. Of the 5, let's look at the electoral map. Donald Trump now has 266 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, 1st congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
Oh, here we go.
I mean, Pennsylvania, if you look at those numbers, 266, 4 more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path that the different paths that he put out there for Donald Trump and that for Kamala Harris. And
I'm still
again, we're not.
I mean, that map of where she did not perform, the like completely grayed out map where she never overperformed Biden more than 3%. That's just rough.
I think there are 2 stories here. One is the burden that she faced, and to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track. 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden, and
she unburdened. Thomas, Democrats are going to regret the day that they chose Kamala Harris to be their candidate. Yep. Joe Biden's happy right now. He has 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream with a waffle cone. That's what's going on with Mr. Biden right now, if he's not sleeping.
An extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority of members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party. Declares right.
They are just in denial. In denial.
They made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person and they see 2 different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right.
I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago,
We were just talking about The View.
They were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said
and Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country. And that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone. And I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went
will
up.
be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will
Mike
be
Johnson.
a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole. And then they have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife, Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our.
Newsmax just reported Donald Trump could become the first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you. Oh, bring the dark humor out, Justin. Bring it out. You guys want to see what's going on with CNN? Let me see when Donald Trump is.
Once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So
Big Daddy Trump on his way home.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of
we can jump into it.
manipulating,
Let's jump into it.
it doesn't win
And
people
narrow
over.
casting.
Let's see what's going on with CNN.
Completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did. She probably turned in one of the great debate performances, that we've seen, to the point where now, the guy who appears to be the president-elect, Donald Trump, didn't want to debate her again. And I think she tried to appeal to the better angels of people's nature. And so I'm not
I was just going to say, it was this moment that I realized America just elected the guy who said they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. So I'm just taking a moment to take that in. But go, Van.
Yeah, look, I think Kamala Harris had to do two things. She had to introduce herself and disqualify Donald Trump. She tried to do that by saying that she was on the economy, for the people, middle class, contrasting his kind of rich as hell kind of thing. She tried to do that. The border's an issue. She tried to be tough on the border and accused Trump of playing politics on the border. And she thought abortion was going to really make it work for her. She just got beat by, her own words.
Her own words from 2019. And also some
more recent ones as well. If you look at Trump's ads, Bidenomics is working. Whoever came up with Bidenomics needs to be put in the corner someplace. So then, because she doesn't separate herself, and then she says, not a thing comes to mind. So she doesn't separate herself from Biden, and then the whole transgender thing. So the ads just beat her to death on tying her to the economy, tying her to Biden, and tying her to weird stuff. And so there was really never a great response. And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected, there was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird. It was not a good.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on, I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden, was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes, loyalty. And so she should have just said, "Look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future." Would have been a better answer, but it's easy to be on the sidelines.
I think, look, you can critique whether she's the correct messenger or not. I think the message, right? When you're selling a product that Americans don't want to buy, it doesn't matter who the messenger is. So I think the Democratic Party needs to sit back, talk about navel gazing, sit back and think, what were we selling? What are the American people looking to buy, right? Maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling you.
You got to keep 330,000 clean energy jobs.
I get it, but I'm saying
pretty good.
There's something afoot here. When you look at that map of the counties that she won,
Play the violin, brother.
There's not one of them in America. There's not one. There's a blank map.
Yeah.
There's something the Republicans are selling that people want. And the Democrats don't.
We're awaiting
not selling it.
Donald Trump's remarks at any moment as he's on the cusp of reaching the 270 electoral votes he needs to return to the White House. We'll hear from him ahead.
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how.
Zadie said MSDNC didn't call it yet. Let's see. We still got a couple minutes before Big Daddy Trump goes on stage. Wah, wah, wah. Salty tears. Salty liberal tears.
To people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort.
Oh, shout out to Zadie for the super chat. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. You rock, dude. Thank you.
And so, you know, perhaps he spends a lot of time. I mean, he wants the office because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power and he wants to be lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and likely he's gotten out of that, right? But potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Robert says, guess Sexy Red and Eminem didn't cut it. Is he jumping on stage? Okay, I'm going to switch channels. Let me jump on these channels. Hold on. Did you guys see that post from Sexy Red? She said, okay, they're playing God Bless the USA. I gotta lower it because of copyright purposes. Look. Yeah, Robert, her saying that coochie thing had me. I'm like, what? What is she talking about? Why is she even saying that? Hopefully I didn't get copyright. Look at that family. We got Dana White up there. We got the whole crew. I'll go to full screen as soon as he's talking. This is so awesome. Here we go. There's JD. Let's go, JD. Oh. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born. Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together, trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up and comer. That guy.
Have you met him?
I think he's an up and comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
What an amazing night, guys. This was absolutely amazing. Cindy, she said, one of the top 5 evenings of my life. I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to be part of that. So many of you guys are saying some very beautiful and nice things. All of you guys rock. The 47th president of the United States of America Donald J. Trump. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? It rolls off the tongue. Let's go. Let's go. Terry, thank you so much. JD Vance was looking great. Everybody was looking great. Guys, the stress, the anxiety, everything that we were feeling today, up heading towards this election, it's gone. We can sleep good tonight. We have Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States of America. Guys, thank you so much for rocking with me for this amazing election night live stream. I truly appreciate all of your guys' support. I want to give a round of applause to all the moderators in the chat. The moderators are some of the best moderators in the business. And I want to say that we truly do have the best chat community on all of YouTube, hands down. And thank you guys. If you're catching this on the replay, type in replay in the comments section down below. Guys, shout out to the new members, the super chats, everybody. What a night. We made history tonight. We made history. I'm going to jump on out of here and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming The View tomorrow. We're going to see the liberals melt down. Drop your comments down below. Smash the like button. Share, subscribe, guys. And I will catch you on the next one. The 47th president of the United States of America, Donald Trump